Hello and good morning, everyone. We are so excited to be with you all for this year's U.S. State of Hunger with our 29th class of Emerson National Hunger Fellows. My name is Emma Williamson. I'm the Alum Engagement Coordinator here at the Hunger Center, and I have the privilege with working with a lot of our fellows and interns who go on after our programs. I was in the 26th class of Emerson National Fellows, so I'm an alum myself and really just love working with this community. We are currently here in Washington, D.C. The fellows are getting started and getting warmed up for their presentations this morning and this afternoon. It's so exciting to just be with the fellows as they make their way back to D.C. after nearly 6 months in their field placements. We will start recruiting for, hosts for various field placements. So if you're tuning in across the country and, these presentations, you're like, wow, my organization could really use an Emerson Fellow, reach out to the program director, Tony Jackson, at tjackson@hungercenter.org. So we're going to get started here in just a couple minutes, but I did want to share that the Hunger Center is entering its 30th anniversary this year. Shannon Maynard, our executive director, will share more about that, I'm sure. But, with that, there's a lot of exciting opportunities, including these presentations to tune in and to celebrate our 30th anniversary together. So one of those is next week. We're actually going to be hosting a panel with some of our alums on they are experts on child nutrition. And so definitely check out our website. I'll make sure to drop the link once I'm done so that folks can tune in to hear more about our alums and their expertise on child nutrition and areas for opportunity in 2023. Also, with our 30th anniversary, we have nominations open for Hunger Leadership Awards. So our Hunger Leadership Awards, our 30th is happening this June. And so, log on to our website and nominate a meaningful anti-hunger leader in your life to receive that award as well. So we're going to be starting here in just a couple more minutes, but if folks want to say where they're logging in from on the chat, and if you're an alum, then feel free. I see a question from Ryan. Will the audio be available afterward? Yes, so we are recording these presentations. So the recording of this will be available later as well. So if you can't tune in for the whole morning and the whole afternoon, we'll definitely make that available on our website and on our social media. I see Steve is logging on from Cape Cod. That's exciting. We're here in DC, also Eastern. Oh, we got some Alabama in the chat. That's great. Even earlier. I wonder if we have anyone logging on from the West Coast very early in the morning. Just Harvest, one of our many wonderful partners, logging on from Pittsburgh this morning. From Boston. Love it, love it. Oh, we have an alum in the chat, London, one of our amazing Zero Hunger interns from this summer. They're logging on from Pennsylvania. Ooh, Molly, hi from San Francisco. Thank you for joining us so early this morning. Silver City, New Mexico. Another amazing partner, Second Harvest. Awesome. Well, keep the comments coming this morning. As some other folks will explain, each fellow is going to present for around 7 minutes, and there's going to be an opportunity to ask them questions. So we'll definitely be monitoring the chat and making sure those questions get answered throughout the morning. But I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to the amazing Emerson Program Associate Paige Clay, who's going to, intro you all this morning.
Thank you, Emma. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. My name is Paige Clay, and I am the Emerson Program Associate here at the Congressional Hunger Center. Just to get our morning started, I want to go ahead and introduce our Executive Director, Shannon Maynard, who will just intro us into our program.
Thank you, Paige, and good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you to this annual event, the State of U.S. Hunger, where we hear the field presentation work. We hear about the field presentation work of our 29th class of Emerson National Hunger Fellows. As Emma shared, for 30 years, the Congressional Hunger Center's mission has been constant: to develop, inspire, and connect leaders in the anti-hunger movement, and to advocate for policies that will lead to a food-secure world. Each year, the Bill Emerson National Hunger Fellowship, a cohort of emerging leaders, gain work experience with community-based organizations across the country, as well as policy-focused organizations in Washington, D.C., all while creating a community of learning focused on food insecurity, its root causes, and the leadership capabilities we all need to create the change we want to see in the world. During their year-long fellowship, fellows implement innovative projects with their host organizations across the country, and this year's fellows have just returned to DC after spending the first half of their fellowship in California, Florida, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. It's sometimes easy to forget, but concepts like client choice or food waste and food rescue were once novel perspectives. In 1993, the year the Hunger Center was founded, food stamps were paper coupons, and only a handful of advocacy organizations focused full-time on hunger. From supporting the state-by-state rollout of EBT, to bolstering the importance of advocacy at the community level, to applying a racial equity lens, to focusing on root causes in their work, Hunger Fellows have so often worked at the forefront of change. And today is no different as our current fellows share what they've learned and accomplished in communities across the country. These fellows are rising leaders in the anti-hunger movement, and their insights point us toward a more just and hunger-free world. Before we begin, on behalf of the Congressional Hunger Center, I want to thank all of our sponsors, U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Kroger Company Foundation, PepsiCo, and CNS Wholesale Grocers. Your support makes the work of the 29th class of Emerson Fellows possible. I also want to thank the incredible staff of the Hunger Center, and particularly the Emerson program team, led by Director Tony Jackson, Paige Clay, who you just met, as well as our amazing learning manager, Emily Umania, who's helping facilitate today's event. I wish I could say that 3 decades of the Hunger Center's work was enough to end U.S. hunger. It's easy to feel powerless, to want to turn away, to give in to cynicism, but the idealistic Hunger Fellow that still lives in me knows that each of us has the power to make change, and that by engaging more deeply in our work, by listening, partnering in community, and letting ourselves be guided by hope, we can truly reach our shared vision of a hunger-free world in our lifetime. It's now my privilege to introduce someone whose commitment to this vision inspires me every day, the Hunger Center's board chairman, Representative Jim McGovern, who shared with us some video remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon, and thank you, Tony, and thank you to everyone on the Hunger Center staff for inviting me again to be part of this wonderful event. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today, but know that I'm with you in spirit. To the fellows, the field report presentations and research that you've conducted while working at community-based organizations throughout the United States are incredibly important to policymakers like myself. They bring timely and relevant perspectives to those of us in Washington. They allow us to gain critical insights about what's working, what's not, and what we need to do better to address hunger and poverty in the United States. I can't stress enough how invaluable that is. As you begin the next half of your fellowship journey at policy sites throughout the country, I want to encourage you to really educate your new colleagues on the firsthand knowledge you gained out in the field. It is so important that you tell the stories of those with lived experience facing hunger and poverty. Your new policy placements will benefit from the fresh perspectives you can offer about what's happening on the ground right now. Speaking of right now, this is a historic time in the fight to end hunger in this country. Last fall's White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health finally brought everyone, government leaders, profits, businesses, healthcare providers, and most importantly, people with lived experience together to come up with a holistic plan to end hunger once and for all. There is momentum like never before to actually end hunger, not just manage it like we've been doing. The old traditional silos are finally starting to break down, and people are collaborating with each other in ways like never before. And you are a part of it, a big part of it. In 10 years, I really believe that we'll look back at this moment and realize how far we've come, thanks to people like you who really leaned into implementing the recommendations in the White House's national strategy to finally solve hunger. There's a lot of work left to do, but I'm so thankful and so proud of young people like you who are working tirelessly day in and day out. You inspire me. So again, thank you for inviting me to join you today. Congratulations, Emerson Fellows, on this momentous milestone and your fellowship journey.
Thank you, Representative McGovern, and thank you, Shannon, for your introduction. The next set of presentations will focus on the importance of engaging communities in creating food access solutions. Fellows have worked with their host organizations to create tools and resources that increase transparency, access, and uplift the need for community-based work. First up is Angela Zank, who's placed with Just Harvest Just Harvest Education Fund in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Hi, I'm Angela, and I will be speaking about my work as an Emerson Hunger Fellow with Just Harvest, which is located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So I worked on a number of projects there, but today I'll be presenting about a framework that I helped develop for engaging BIPOC communities in defining local racially equitable food access solutions. And this framework was developed using literature reviews, field observations, and interviews with nonprofit and community organizations. So before I get into the framework, I wanted to address why racial equity is important within Allegheny County and Pittsburgh more specifically. In 2020, the rate of food insecurity in Allegheny County was 11% overall. However, when you disaggregate that data by race, the rate of food insecurity was 24% for Black and African American residents, as compared to 7% for white residents. Furthermore, these disparities really increased in the beginning of the pandemic. In two predominantly Black neighborhoods in Pittsburgh, the food insecurity rate increased to 37% from 18% in 2018, which is already relatively high. So this tells us that food access solutions really need to address racial disparities first, and that we need to prioritize the needs of BIPOC community members and BIPOC communities. And I'm also going to talk a little bit about Just Harvest, my field placement. So Just Harvest is a local nonprofit that works on a number of programs to improve food access. So one of those is SNAP application assistance. They also have Fresh Access, which is a program that provides SNAP access in farmers markets. And then last but not least, Fresh Corners, a program that aims to improve communities from within by partnering with local store owners to provide access to affordable and fresh foods. Increasingly, we can see that Just Harvest is looking to take an asset-based and community-engaged approach. So now I'm going to talk a little more about the framework that I helped develop for predominantly white nonprofits to better engage communities of color in defining local food access solutions. So the framework consists of 5 main steps. So first is relationship building, and this is really building relationships with BIPOC leaders and community organizations. And the rest of the remaining 4 steps rely on these relationships. As you can see, participation is a key part of the remaining steps. And so in the community assessment, organizations will work with community partners to define research aims and questions to understand the unique strengths, needs, and opportunities in each community. And taking those findings from research, they'll work with community partners to co-develop neighborhood-specific solutions based on those needs, wants, and assets. Furthermore, implementation and outreach should actually be the easiest step in this process if you've done the hard work of building relationships and co-creating with communities. Finally, there's the reflection process, which is also participatory because the prior 3 steps include participation from BIPOC community members and leaders. So I also wanted to talk a bit about the benefits of having community participation in each step of the last 3, or the 3 processes outlined: community assessment, co-developing solutions, and implementation and outreach. So for community assessment, previously, organizations may have defined research questions that were very broad or irrelevant to the population being studied, and these could have been too general to be useful. But after engaging communities, you have questions that are narrowed down based on the concerns and knowledge of community leaders with lived expertise, and that reduces waste in the research process. When it comes to co-developing solutions, prior processes might have been overly top-down, so starting with established models and data, and then figuring out how to cater those models to local communities or communities of color. However, if you start from incorporating community partners in solutions development, you start from the needs of the community and the expertise of those with lived experience, and you can get rapid feedback on feasibility and cultural specificity, as well as relevance of a solution to a particular community of color. Finally, for implementation and outreach, prior to engaging communities, organizations may not have capacity to conduct deep outreach to community members in BIPOC communities. However, after engaging community partners and building these relationships out, you now have a network of community partners to distribute materials to constituents, and community leaders can even do door-to-door outreach for hard-to-reach groups that are not well connected. And this is something that I witnessed in fieldwork. So that wraps up my presentation, and I just want to acknowledge a few people who really made this work possible and taught me a lot about how to engage communities the right way. So Dana for her expertise in grassroots organizing and distilling a lot of the principles of relationship building and that importance. And then also Dawn Marie, Ken, and the rest of the Just Harvest staff for supporting my research and really always being open to speak about Just Harvest and the history and context of Pittsburgh. I also want to thank Val Parm and all of our other dedicated Black community leaders who taught me a lot about doing the value of doing deeply community engaged work and inspired me with their dedication and commitment to their own communities. Finally, I want to thank Tony Jackson, Paige Clay, and the Hunger Center staff for this opportunity and all the training that they've provided, as well as the feedback in terms of one-on-one sessions that made this work possible. So thank you all so much. And the full report for my work at Just Harvest will be available next week, but if you want updates, you can send me an email and I will send you that report once it is out. And now we can move to questions.
Great, thank you, Angela. Now we'll just have time for 2, maybe 3 questions. So look in the chat. Looks like we have a question from Tony Jackson. How did you go about integrating yourself into the communities you work with since you are not from Pittsburgh?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that one thing that really helped was that Just Harvest organizer Dana did an amazing job at relationship building in a lot of the communities that we did work in. And so she spent, over 2 years building out those relationships. And so when it was time for me to get integrated and to get up to speed in those communities and do my research there, she was able to make all the necessary introductions. So I think that kind of speaks to how important it is to start with relationship building and how it can speed things along, even though it takes time in the beginning.
Thank you. Let's see. Another question we have is from Maya Rodriguez-Troy. What are some of the challenges for white-led organizations to building collaborative relationships with BIPOC communities?
That's a good question. I think one of the challenges is, again, relationship building can be, and I think I'll come back to this point a lot, but relationship building can be very complicated at times because there is historical trauma and there are internal dynamics within these communities. And so I think one thing that what is really helpful when it comes to this is approaching these communities with the idea that you're building capacity for them, rather than telling them what to do or what solutions to pursue. And I think starting from a point of how can I build capacity for your organization or for your community is really starting off with the right foot.
Okay. Let's see, it looks like we have time for another question. So we'll throw a fun one in there for you. What was your favorite part of your field placement?
There's a lot, but I think my favorite part was probably getting Indian food at People's with Dana, our organizer, and then going right after to see some of our community leaders at the East End Community Thrift Store, and just like having conversations with them and getting to know them better. There were a few senior women who were deeply integral to our work there, and learning about the work that they've done for their communities and the work they continue to do was just very inspiring.
Thank you, Angela.
Yeah, thank you. So now I'll introduce Gabe Haveman, who's placed with the Greater Boston Food Bank in Boston, Massachusetts.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you all for joining us today. My name is Gabe Haveman, and today I'm going to walk you through some of my work with the Greater Boston Food Bank in Boston, Massachusetts. Just for scale, I'll also be calling the Greater Boston Food Bank GBFB, just for parity's sake. Let's see. So the Greater Boston Food Bank their mission is to end hunger in Eastern Massachusetts. It's also the largest food bank in the state. For scale, in the past year, the organization has provided more than 90 million meals to Eastern Mass residents. By another measure, GBFB has distributed more than 100 million pounds of food. The organization supports more than 600 partner agencies. And for scale, for context, here you can see a map of the GBFB service area and a sampling of GBFB's many partners. And first, I'm going to walk you through a little bit of the history of food banking. Food banking as we know it launched in the 1960s. They were established, although at a much smaller scale, in Phoenix, Arizona. Hunger relief policy has since been a political football passing between the public sector's management and public-private partnership. In a backlash to the previous decade's expansion of social services programs, government resources pivoted in the 1980s to funding non-governmental organizations. The 1983 establishment of TFAP, the Emergency Food Access Program, granted funding to non-governmental organizations running hunger relief programs and kicked off a boom in the food banking industry. And within that, we can take GBFB as a case study to see the proliferation. And GBFB distributed around 14 million pounds of food. In 2022, distribution was more than 100 million pounds. This is further exacerbated by policy changes over time over the past decades and the COVID-19 pandemic, but that's a talk for another time. To keep up with demand, GBFB has fought for expanded public hunger relief funding and competed for the available monies. Within that, GBFB is unique in its deep emphasis on policy, supported strongly by CEO Catherine D'Amato and supported with great expertise by VP Catherine Drennan and Public Policy Manager Kate Adams. Historically, that policy advocacy has focused on TFAP and SNAP, direct hunger relief programs whose funds and terms directly affect the business of the food bank by expanding resources or reducing demand. That makes great sense. In the past couple of years, GBFB Public Affairs, which I'll also call the PA team for short, has pivoted to other targeted hunger relief efforts. GBFB leads a coalition to advance hunger-free campus legislation in Massachusetts to support college students facing hunger and participates in coalitions focusing on universal school meals and child poverty, among others. In considering other opportunities, GBFB's policy priority setting process is a dynamic and an iterative one that runs fairly independently. GBFB staff research policies and current coalition activity and pitch to VP level leadership, who then collaborate with C-suite leadership and the board. This approach is much more nimble than a more formal approval process, allowing GBFB to to meet political opportunity as it arises and adjust to changing tides. During my time with GBFB, I had the pleasure of being part of this process. I provided research and introduced two new priorities, the expansion of the state earned income tax credit and the child tax credit. This work is being led by the Healthy Families Coalition, a product of Children's Health Watch, and complements the work of La Colaborativa, a Chelsea, Massachusetts-based organization by and for Latinx folks. The earned income tax credit currently precludes immigrants from accessing the resource, so this pair of coalitions is particularly important. I provided a framework for expanding notions of what hunger relief means, including supporting cash assistance programs and tax credits to lift people out of the need for hunger relief programs. These solutions reach upstream to the root causes of hunger and represent a mix of professionalized advocacy and strong community efforts. That is to say, good policy doesn't happen in a vacuum. Often it comes from partnership between experts with both lived experience and technical expertise. GBFB is a primarily white organization in a very diverse region that has historically been removed from advocacy happening on the ground by virtue of its major distribution model. To address some of that distance, I built an equity toolkit, an onboarding tool for future PA team members to learn about the rich social and political context of food banking, the community GBFB serves, and the disparate impacts of hunger, and to provide a launchpad into future conversations about equity. That said, the work of equity is ongoing and reflective, however. That means a single document, no matter how robust, won't suffice to bring substantial change. It's both a structural and a personal issue of reflection and re-strategizing. In addition to using the tools compiled in the kit to apply a racial equity lens to food policy work and advocacy and figuring out new opportunities, I recommended that GBFB partner with equity consultants for ongoing support through this transformational process and to guide team members through their personal growth. The toolkit also contains recommendations for getting community members more involved. I propose that GBFB launch a neighbor leadership council for folks facing hunger today to share their expertise and to cultivate their professional development. From a business standpoint, such a council both expands PA team capacity and builds community support for the bank's work, while also bringing in and developing the skills of lived experts. Third, community organizations know what their neighbors need. GBFB enjoys a tremendously well-respected reputation, incredible brand recognition, and leadership in the hunger relief sphere. GBFB's platform goes a long way, and its 600 plus partners know that. As such, GBFB should continue pursuing new opportunities to partner with local groups and uplifting their work. Feeding equity means bringing everyone to the table. And with that, I thank you for your time and can take any questions.
Great, thank you, Gabe. We'll take a couple questions. The first one we have is from Claire Pitt. What was the most challenging part of building your toolkit?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think part of the big lift was that there are so many resources available in discussing equity and in understanding how to improve internal processes. But the challenge is applying it specifically to food banks. There aren't a ton of resources that are specifically tailored to the hunger sphere, but shouts out to Marlisa Gamblin for really leading that charge. So I relied pretty heavily on data that she had collected and her research and provided that as a baseline from which we worked.
And then Emily Affard, in 5+ years, what would you want this project to look like?
Ooh, this is a great question. Thank you, Julia. I want this project to, be more robust and have the resources that are going to be developed within that time, right? Like, this is a growing field. This is a really important, salient moment in which to address equity as it pertains to hunger. And I also want this to look like a neighbor-led coalition that highly informs GBFB's advocacy. Because GBFB, wonderful, powerful organization, does so much, enjoys this high profile, and also getting people with lived expertise in the room and relying on them as true experts and compensating them accordingly for their time is going to be a really crucial move in the next 5 years to fulfill my proper vision.
And then let's see from the chat, and correct me if I'm wrong, you says food banks look like a temporary relief to a long-rooted and long-existing problem that is hunger. What are your thoughts on how food banks can help solve hunger on a deeper level?
I love this question, and I get deeper into this in the actual toolkit in addressing the history of food banking. I just didn't want to get too in the weeds about it in the first half. But the policy origins of food banking are this pivot from public sector provision into public-private partnership. And so over time, food banks have become more and more important rather than less and less important, which is the goal. And so the connective tissue here is that food banks doing policy advocacy are in a better position to reduce demand for their own work. And so with that said, because of the high profile and because of the high demand and because they're well-respected institutions, they have this unique opportunity to fight for upstream policies.
Thanks. Thank you. And it looks like we'll take one more question. We have a little extra time. What was the most impactful personal experience from your field placement site?
Oh man, thank you for this question. One of my favorite things about being at my field site placement was mostly just that like there's so much activity around hunger in Massachusetts. Like I'm from Wisconsin and I've lived in Minnesota for the past 5 years, states that are much more divided on these issues and are less like unified in their efforts. Although I will say Minnesota just passed universal school meals. It's a very exciting time. But I think the most impactful thing has been being in a place and in community where hunger relief is at the forefront and where there is so much leadership happening and so much opportunity to learn from the cutting edge.
Great. Thank you so much, Gabe.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to my friend and field site partner, Haley Rockenbach, to discuss her time with the Massachusetts Developmental Disabilities Council and the South Shore Community Action Council.
Thank you so much, Gabe. That was a lovely presentation. Good to see you again. Hi, everybody. My name is Haley Rockenbach, and I will be talking to you a little bit today about my HFCR and the title of this presentation, which is Food, Freedom and Choice, Nutrition and Independence in Group Homes. So just to start, I wanted to mention that during this presentation, I will be using both identity first and person first language to refer to those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So examples such as person with a disability and disabled person will be used interchangeably. So let's get started. So I want to talk a little bit about my field placements first. So during the first portion of this fellowship, I was incredibly fortunate to be placed with these two organizations, the Massachusetts Developmental Disabilities Council, which is a state agency based in Quincy, Massachusetts, and the South Shore Community Action Council, which is a multi-service nonprofit organization based in Plymouth, Massachusetts. So I'm very grateful to both of my supervisors, Anna and Nikki, for providing me with support and connecting me with so many community members throughout the process of my research, which was navigating the intersection between hunger and those with developmental disabilities. So to do this work, I started with a needs assessment where I interviewed a variety of anti-hunger and community stakeholders regarding gaps to food access within the IDD space. So something that continually came up during these interviews was the lack of knowledge regarding how food choice, or the lack thereof, operated in group home settings. So after I realized that this was the gap to access I had been seeking, I interviewed different residential providers and other state agencies to really dig into the logistics, and ultimately created a series of policy recommendations, which was my project. So to give you all a little bit of background on group home settings, when a disabled person transitions out of the special education system at age 22, they're connected with what is called a family support center. So this is through the Department of Developmental Services. Generally, when a person with disabilities qualifies based on a variety of reasons, they can be recommended for group home living. So group homes are settings that have as little as 2 people and as many as 15 residents under one home. And the thing I want you to take away from this is that residential settings are homes. They're where people live. So although the mission of these group home settings is to transition people to independent living, in many cases, the people with disabilities live there their entire lives. So they provide 24/7 support with a day and night staff and nurses. And I gave some examples of the people that I talked to throughout my interview stages on the left. So Delta Projects, Road to Responsibility, the ARC. So after interviewing these residential providers and getting feedback from the Department of Developmental Services and the Department of Health, it became clear that the issue was not necessarily one of food scarcity in these settings, but one of food choice. So the most frequently brought up restriction in these group home settings arose from Executive Order 509. So back in 2009, the Executive Department requested that the Department of Health create a list of required and recommended foods for all state agencies to serve to their community. However, the EO was very broad. It worked for all state agencies. So the Department of Corrections, the Department of Public Hospitals, the Department of Education. And they didn't account for the uniqueness of group home residential settings. So group homes are not prisons or schools or hospitals, they're homes where people live. And unlike these settings, group homes are intended to provide support and care for residents in order to transition to independent living. So ideally, residents are a part of the grocery planning, buying, prepping process, but often it ends up being up to the discretion of the staff on duty to decide what to purchase and make. And when the restriction of Executive Order 509 comes into play, there becomes more restrictions as to what you can and cannot buy, which eliminates people's agency in the foods that they eat. So maybe most importantly, to preserve human dignity and humanity, people with developmental disabilities should be able to have this complete agency over when and how and what they want to eat in their own homes. And the Food Agency Guide created by DPH doesn't necessarily always encourage this mission. So the other barrier that arose was the loss of federally funded programs, such as SNAP or WIC. So it's from my observation that when residents transition to group homes, their EBT benefits are all pooled into the house's budget. So it's important to note here that not all residents may qualify for these programs, but it appears that every household member's food budget would increase if only one person qualified, which is kind of against the entire idea that SNAP and WIC are intended to be social safety nets that supplement your income. So in addition, this ensures that residents can't utilize the Healthy Incentives Program, which some of you may be familiar with, known as Double Up Food Bucks in some other states, which is a program that encourages purchasing healthy fruits and vegetables by receiving a credit back onto people's EBT card when they purchase foods from local vendors at farmers markets. But in these residential settings, there can only be one traditional grocery store where staff can shop at because of the way that logistics works and the accounts with residential homes. And traditional grocery stores at this time don't participate in the HIP program. So where do we go from here? In my HFCR, which will be available next week, I outlined policy recommendations for the Department of Health and the new administration to alleviate these problematic practices. So the first suggestion is creating an addendum to EO 509 that's specifically for group homes. So it's recognizing that the current dietary guidelines made by the Department of Health are recommendations. And although they may be beneficial for informing residents, they shouldn't overshadow the mission of group homes, which is to transition to independent living by giving agency. Alternatively, retracting EO 509 from group home settings would be beneficial because it would allow residents to come up with individualized food plans with their doctors, support systems, and it would take into account their personal preferences, which it doesn't necessarily do right now. And finally, the current standards reflect the USDA dietary guidelines from 2005 to 2010. And I encourage the Department of Health to follow through on its promise to continually update these guidelines, specifically with the advancement of technology and medicine and nutrition. It's imperative that people with developmental disabilities are receiving modern updates on food recommendations. So before we end, I want to thank you all for your time and energy. And if you take anything away from this presentation, I want it to be that for disabled people, asking for support and guidance shouldn't equate to restriction, and we should all be able to live comfortably and freely in our own home. And it's of my opinion from this research that as a society, the need to maintain control and power over these individuals is paternalistic. So by eliminating these requirements, we are ultimately empowering a class of individuals who are often limited in freedom by the healthcare system, the social safety net, social stigma. And to make decisions, one must have choices. And it's our personal liberty and freedom to make them for ourselves in our own homes and over our own bodies. So thank you so much for your time. And I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you, Haley. We have one question in the chat from Aaliyah Fard, and she asks, what does accountability to updating those guidelines look like?
So that's a really good question, Leah. So right now, it is from my research that the current guidelines intended to be updated with the USDA dietary guidelines. So they go every 5 years. So it's 2005, 2010, 2010, 2015, yada, yada. So it's unfortunate that they haven't been updated since then, but I'm hoping that bringing more awareness to this issue will allow them to become more accountable, and especially because this document that's created by the Department of Health is really the only resource for residents and staff to inform them about EO 509 and food purchasing, that it'll become more apparent. It's a really good question, and I'm hoping that it comes more to light and people become more aware of this. So,
Thank you. And then another question, not in the chat, just a question that I have for you. What was the most challenging part in trying to engage those in the group homes?
I'm sorry, can you say it one more time, Paige?
Yeah. What was the most challenging part, or what obstacles came up when trying to meaningfully engage those in group homes?
Oh, yeah. That's another really good question. I think in many cases, and I'm sure a lot of the fellows face this problem, is that people in communities that work with individuals have really, really good intentions and really want to help, like, from the bottom of their heart, and it's really important to them. And so I think it's a little, people can be kind of hesitant in telling you policy recommendations or issues that occur, just because they really believe that they're doing as good of a job as they possibly can. And so that was kind of the biggest barrier, was navigating that and really trying to get at the heart. But ultimately, everybody who I spoke to really, really cared about people with developmental disabilities. So I was fortunate that they were willing to talk to me. So, yeah, that's a good question.
Thank you for sharing, Haley. Let's see. Ooh, a lot of questions coming up. Okay, from Polly Leland, what are your recommendations for access to SNAP? Do residents receive support to apply for SNAP as they transition to independent living?
Thank you, Polly. That is another very good question. All of you guys, very, very smart. Recommendations to access to SNAP. So when people with developmental disabilities transition out of the special education system, I mentioned earlier, they're connected with this family support center. Generally, the family support center is able to access you to SNAP and fill out your SNAP application and get you qualified. So it logistically, when you transition to group home services, from my understanding, it's a part of the service fee that your benefits go towards the entire group home's household food budget. So yes, they receive support to apply for SNAP as they transition to independent living. It's through this family support center. So it's a little bit complicated, but yes, the answer is yes. So good question. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all. I really, really appreciate your time and energy, and I am very, very happy to pass it to my good friend and roommate, Lauren Drumgold, to talk to you all about her time with the Chicago Food Policy Action Council in Chicago, Illinois. So take it away, Lauren.
Awesome. Thank you, Haley. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren Drumgold. I'm presenting on my Hunger-Free Community Report titled Supporting Chicago's BIPOC, that's Black, Indigenous, and People of Color, and Low-Income Communities, a website for urban farmers to secure land. For my field placement experience, I work with the Chicago Food Policy Action Council, also known by the acronym CFPAC, in Chicago, Illinois. And as a fellow with CFPAC, I supported their Productive Landscapes project, which aims to support the development of urban agriculture in Chicago by addressing a pretty significant barrier that local growers have, which is stable and long-term land access. And to do this, I arranged and co-interviewed both landowning institutions and local urban farmers in the Chicago area to ultimately create a website that guides urban farmers to land-owning institutions' processes for securing stable and long-term land based on their agricultural needs. First one to highlight that much like other cities across the U.S., Chicago's had a history of disinvestment in Black communities through the means of zoning and real estate practices, including racially restrictive deeds and covenants for homes that specifically prevented the sale of homes to Black residents, and redlining, in which the U.S. Federal Housing Administration refused insuring mortgages for homes in or near Black communities. This image here shows red areas marked as dangerous, and these were typically predominantly Black communities. These policies led to a shortage of goods and services in Black communities in Chicago, including fresh and affordable foods via supermarket retailers. And in Chicago, the community response to this lack in healthy foods led to the creation of community gardens in the south and west sides of the city, which are predominantly Black and brown communities. These community gardens were a neighborhood resilience strategy to address this need, as well as build community cohesion and agency. And in present day Chicago, the lack of fresh foods is still present, especially with several recent closures of major retailers in the south and west sides of the city, including Aldi's and Whole Foods Market, which makes the case for securing urban agriculture spaces in these communities a vital way to address the need. So the purpose of the website we've created, called the Chicago Land Access Pathways, is to provide a central location where urban farmers in the Chicago area are able to learn more information about landowning institutions that they can purchase or rent from for their urban agriculture activities. And this website was created and informed by interviews with farmers and landowning institutions in the Chicago and suburban Cook County areas. Some of the highlights include from farmer interviews, owning was preferred by most. Funding and navigating purchasing processes were challenges that were noted by farmers. And one farmer noted wanting to be able to provide food for others while also making a business out of urban farming to support their family. And from institutional interviews, we learned that the process for land ownership varied. So some of those start off as conversations with representatives to demonstrate interest, while others are more formal processes. We also learned that support from local government, in this case aldermen, is typically really important to understand, as they tend to sign off on urban agriculture projects within their ward. And then we also, from our interviews, we had 3 institutions that we interviewed who expressed an interest in working with organizations like SIFPAC to support urban farmers and using their land, which is really exciting to hear about. So more on the website. Here's a quick review of the website. So we got a glance of it earlier in the last slide, but the website itself was not created by me, but Ken Pan, a graduate student at Illinois Institute of Technology in Chicago. To the left of the page, you'll find filters for a land location, who the institution works with typically, be it individuals, nonprofits, and the duration to know how soon you'll likely be able to get onto the land. And once you select the filters, you can select from relevant landowning institutions that abide by those filters to learn more information about each, like things like allowable and restricted activities and their land processes. We'll also have a resource page available that provides financial resources such as USDA grants and a point of contact for those interested, those not yet on the website here. I'll note also that this is in the beta stage of the website, so we're hoping to officially roll out the website in the coming weeks. And I also wanted to note that this is an ongoing project. So as policies change and SIFPAC learns about other landowning institutions in the area, the Productive Landscapes team will continue to interview institutions to update the website. So in conclusion, food access includes food sovereignty. It's really important that we're able to support communities, have agency in growing their own food, determining what food they grow for culturally relevant foods, and improve community cohesion, health, and overall well-being. A few recommendations highlighted within my report include interviewing aldermen on their stance on urban agriculture projects, since in many cases they have the final say in approval. Also, second recommendation I'll highlight is following up with the 3 institutions that wanted to support farmers to brainstorm with them how they can improve their policies and procedures for urban agriculture projects. And lastly, continue to residents and urban agriculture for awareness and for support. And I wanted to end by giving a big thanks to the CIFPAC team. I've learned so much about urban agriculture, all of it truly starting from scratch. And I've enjoyed getting to know everyone on the team, both professionally and personally. And I wanted to give a special thanks to Steph Funk, my field site supervisor, who's helped me throughout my journey, has been a support every step of the way. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Lauren. Great job. We'll take a couple questions from the chat now. Our first one is from Aaliyah Bard that asked, how many interviews were you able to conduct during your time?
Yeah, so we did 10 interviews with landowning institutions, and then 5 total interviews with farmers.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then another question from Rajneet Singh. What has this work and research inspired you to do in the future?
That's a really good question. I think that, being at CIFPAC, I didn't always have like urban agriculture on my radar. And I didn't like recognize like how important it could be for, people who are living within cities to be able to like connect back to the land. And so I think with that overall like awareness, I'm like more inspired to like try and shop more locally, like be more participatory in farmers markets in my area. And so I'm hoping that like, being here in DC, like connecting more with like farmers markets and just like learning more about like the urban agriculture scene here as well to stay connected in that world.
Thank you. And then another question for you from Maya Rodriguez Troy. How does your time in your field placement help inform your personal theory of change? And how will you bring this to your policy placement?
Yeah, I would say coming into the fellowship, I kind of thought about, change coming from like the top down. So thinking about, like having either state, local city, or like federal policies that, inform programs on the ground. But I've realized that there are institutions like on a more local scale that, they have policies and procedures, and it's possible to work alongside them to institute change at their institutions rather than going through like a governmental agency, so to speak. So it's helped me learn that like change can come from different angles within different institutions that we interact with.
Thank you. Let's see. One more question from Tony Jackson. What was the most surprising thing you discovered about urban ag?
That's a good question. I think kind of adjacent to urban agriculture, I learned that the city of Chicago actually has like, I think upwards of like 10,000 like vacant lots. And that was like really shocking to learn about, especially like given that the Productive Landscapes Project is, hoping to support like land that like isn't currently being used and that could be used for more productive use like urban agriculture. So I think that it was shocking to learn about that, but and thinking about that through the work that I've been doing, it shows like there's a great opportunity for the local government in Chicago to be able to kind of work alongside supporting urban agriculture. So yeah, that's the first thing that comes to mind. That was really shocking about it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Lauren. Great job.
And I'll go ahead and pass it on to Liz Pierce, who's our Partnerships and Outreach Specialist.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liz Pierce, and I am the Partnerships and Outreach Specialist for the Congressional Hunger Center. The next set of presentations will focus on centering lived experience and expertise and racial equity in anti-hunger and anti-poverty work. Fellows engaged in racial equity trainings and were able to apply this when creating equitable solutions for their host organizations. Our first presenters are Isabella Dresser and Miriam Taser who were placed with Maryland Hunger Solutions in Baltimore, Maryland.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Liz. As you mentioned already, we are Bill Emerson Fellows with the Congressional Hunger Fellowship. My name is Mariam Taysir, and presenting with me today is Via Dresser. We will be presenting on our research project called Dispelling Myths, Increasing Access, where we examine the common fears and barriers experienced by Spanish-speaking immigrants applying for SNAP benefits in Maryland. And before we get into our project, we wanted to highlight the organization we have been working with during these past few months, especially because the work they do really inspired us to do this project. Maryland Hunger Solutions collaborates with state and community partners to advocate and educate the public on hunger and solutions to food insecurity. And most notably, they offer an in-house hotline to connect eligible residents to available nutrition assistance programs like SNAP and school meal programs. And this hotline is very essential. So not only does it connect people, but it breaks down that process to ease applicants into the SNAP application process.
Thank you, Miriam. And hi, everyone. My name is Mia. Oops, sorry, I heard some feedback, but my name is Via Dresser, and I'm going to be kicking us off with sharing our scope of the project before we get into everything else. So our research question asked, what are the misconceptions and barriers facing immigrant and mixed citizenship status Marylanders applying for SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program? And when finding the results from our research question, we also had this other objective to create a toolkit, which aims to promote racial equity via transparency and language access for Spanish-speaking immigrant and mixed citizenship status households. Heading into how we went about answering our research question, we have two phases that we're going to break down for you today. The first phase included a fact-finding for individuals' lived experience. This comprised of distributing a digital survey to 10 former Maryland Hunger Solutions hotline callers and getting their responses through multiple choice questionnaire. The second phase included a phase called Interviewing for Institutional Knowledge at Maryland Hunger Solution, where we conducted a semi-structured interview with two coordinators of the SNAP Assistance Outreach team. Now, heading very quickly into our literature review, we're going to give you an overview of the socio-political and legal landscape for immigrant SNAP applicants on the Maryland level, but then very briefly on the federal level as well. So in Maryland, the immigrant population is vast and diverse. 15% of the population in 2018 is comprised of immigrants, and we're using that term to mean foreign-born individuals who are here in the US. But to give more expression into that term, there's also a lot of diversity in Maryland. 68% of all Marylanders speak Spanish as their primary language, and 53% of the foreign-born population in Maryland are Latino. Additionally, in this group of immigrants and foreign-born folks, we also included the consideration of undocumented immigrants that are a large presence in Maryland and the wider immigrant population. This section includes 29% of the total immigrant population. So heading into poverty and SNAP in that intersection in Maryland, we really just wanted to emphasize in our project that, that there are severely nuanced ties between poverty and citizenship in this country. Foreign-born undocumented residents in Maryland experience poverty and access to food security at way higher rates compared to their foreign-born naturalized US citizens and their US native counterparts. So immigrants who do acquire citizenship status on the aggregate do fare better than even US natives. And undocumented people are distinct in being more food insecure in Maryland.
Yes, so next we are going to look into how non-citizens apply to SNAP versus citizens. And as we can see here, there is quite an obvious difference in the list below. So non-citizens have to first determine whether they fall into one of these non-citizen specific groups, like being a refugee, an asylee, or even a trafficking victim. And citizens, on the other hand, look at only 5 eligibility requirements. And that includes their household size, household income, and household expenses. And most non-citizens have 6 eligibility requirements, but some groups need to meet 1 additional requirement. So like having lived in the US for 5 years since entry, or being a child under 18. And all eligible applicants for SNAP are required to prove citizenship and or proof of legal immigration status. However, undocumented heads of households can apply on behalf of eligible household members. So an undocumented person applying for others is not required to give the Department of Human Services information beyond a form of ID and their income. And now I'll hand it back to Bia.
Thank you, Miriam. Now that we've laid out the socio-political landscape, we are going to get into the findings of our research. So I'm first going to head into phase 1, which was surveying former clients. And I'm going to walk us through each question that we asked the former MDHS clients and their responses. So question 1 asked what factors were most helpful throughout the SNAP application process. Here I just want to quickly highlight how the MDHS hotline was identified as a valuable tool for our survey respondents. And interestingly, I also want to highlight dead in the middle of your screen here that translation services came up as 0. And that was especially interesting in our next question, which was what factors were least helpful throughout the SNAP application process. And translation services was identified as one of the highest response frequencies in our survey. Question 3 asked, what information did you wish you had known before applying? And here, survey respondents identified two categories of the application that they just wish they had known. And that was verification documents. So the materials that you need to prove to DHS to qualify for SNAP. And then the second element being the timeline of the application, and specifically how unexpectedly long and arduous that application timeline was. Question 4 asks, what fears or concerns, if any, did you have before calling the MDHS hotline? And interestingly, the highest frequency response was ineligibility. So concerns about, is this program even for me? Is it even worth it to apply? So now I'm gonna hand it off to phase 2 to Miriam.
Thank you, Bia. So after interviewing 2 SNAP outreach coordinators from Maryland Hunger Solutions, we identified 2 key themes. 1 is institutional barriers, and 2, fears and mistrust. These 2 themes are interconnected, and the systemic barriers preventing Spanish-speaking immigrants from accessing the benefits of SNAP are deeply rooted in xenophobia, criminalization tactics, and the fear of deportation. And these fears discourage, these non-English speaking households from participating in the SNAP application process. And that perpetuates the cycle of poverty and limiting their access to critical food resources. And institutional barriers, so what we mean by this is like the big picture that refers to the systemic mechanisms that are harmful, hurtful, and they dissuade non-English speaking immigrants and people of color from obtaining SNAP benefits. And here we recognize 3 of these hindrances. 1, there is a very clear lack of translation services, as we mentioned, and it is quite common for non-English speaking applicants to be hung up on by their caseworker. And just try to imagine for a moment being in this position. Like, would you feel encouraged or even see a point to call back. And second, there is a Department of Human Services error. So for example, the application does not offer an option for a head of household to opt out of applying for benefits. And even if they are undocumented, which is required for them. And so instead, what they have to do is submit additional supporting documents and statements to explain that they are not seeking benefits for themselves. And this adds more of a burden on an already burdensome process. And then lastly, there is caseworker error and occasions where caseworkers have not, received proper training, or they just choose to ignore client confidentiality guidelines. And so they might probe for additional personal information from undocumented individuals who have stated that they are not applying for benefits. And this, of course, can create feelings of mistrust. And during our interview with the SNAP assistance providers, this extra burden is definitely made clear. One coordinator said that there is such an excessive amount of information that is making this process more burdensome. And this raises the question of how many more barriers are we introducing to mixed citizenship clients. And next, we look into how systemic barriers also create myths and fears. And how does that look like? So under our second category, we identify another 3 distinct fears that all mutually reinforce each other. So one, fears that are myths are fears that are verifiably not true and are based on misinformation and misunderstandings. Common examples of that are like thinking that applying to SNAP requires being drafted into the military, that an applicant's children have to pay back benefits later, or that it can lead to deportation or being reported to ICE. And second, fears that are true, on the other hand, are, for example, fearing being a victim of a scam or misinformation, experiencing a longer application wait time due to being undocumented or a non-citizen, and most importantly, the fear that policies will change and applicants can become ineligible. And so, in other words, have any of these myths become true? And lastly, these fears also feed into the fear of questioning authority. Immigrant households often fear retaliation for advocating for their needs due to barriers like limited language access and the perpetuation of harmful myths. And again, during our interview with SNAP assistance providers, we found this fear of questioning authority to be very common. And one of the specialists said, there seems to always be a hesitation to speak up for themselves because of this very real fear of, are my children going to be taken away? And that fear is now part of the process. So to us, this highlights the difficult choices immigrant families may face when seeking assistance, and it underscores the importance of ensuring that social safety net programs are accessible, they are non-stigmatizing, and they are compassionate. And now I'll hand it back to Bia to conclude.
Thank you. So now that we've laid out our findings from both the client survey and interviewing for institutional knowledge, we were able to kind of synthesize all of our reflections and voices from community members to make a toolkit. And so the purpose of this toolkit is to demystify the SNAP application process. So I am going to walk you through each page of the toolkit, and also there hopefully should be a link being sent out so that you could view it on your own time. All right, so the first page most critically has a disclaimer at the bottom saying that this is a federal program. Then we get into a couple pages kind of doing an overview of your rights for language, translations, timely process, a list of verification documents, and basically what DHS is obligated to give every applicant. And of course, the last page is other relevant resources like food, legal, and health and safety. And lastly, we're concluding our presentation with some recommendations. So the first step in this process is distributing the toolkit to Spanish-speaking SNAP applicants through MDHS's network of websites, social media, and outreach, and during outreach appointments. And recommendations looking towards the future, we hope that this toolkit is translated to other languages and that the that information is relevant and useful for community members by continuing to survey, interview, and reach out to a representative sample of Maryland SNAP applicants. Thank you so much, and now is the time we'll take questions.
Thank you, Bia and Miriam, for your presentation. I'd like to start with a question from Florian Filkins. Does the USDA have any authority to offer waivers that could increase access for immigrants?
That's an interesting. Oops, sorry, I got a little feedback. But that's an interesting question. I would have to look into that. Currently, at least in Maryland, the process of applying for SNAP is framed as universal, with privileges or provisions in SNAP legislation that either denies or lets people have access to SNAP in the first place. So I'd have to look into that, but that seems like an interesting policy that could help.
Great. We have another question from Laura. Can undocumented heads of households apply for SNAP benefits for eligible household members throughout the U.S., or is it just in Maryland? Do you know about that? Or do you know if this exception varies state by state?
That's a good question. So yes, as you already implied, it does differ state by state. We only particularly looked into the state of Maryland. So honestly, I'm not sure, but it is a good question, and I would definitely we'll look into it after today.
Great.
Yeah. I'd also add that SNAP is a federal program, and there's a wide net that undocumented people, essentially people without a social security number, are not eligible for SNAP. So that is true across the entire nation.
Okay. We have another question from Raneem. What are your biggest takeaways from interviewing Maryland Hunger Solutions staff? Either one of you can answer. Or surprises. Did you find anything surprising?
Yeah, thank you, Raneem. That was a good question. Sorry, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I think I'm cutting out maybe.
Looks like you might be
good.
Bia, do you have
I could
surprise? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
It's
yes,
slow.
You are lagging a little bit.
Yes.
But I could take that question very briefly. That I think the most surprising thing that we took away was kind of like the logistical side of what barriers look like on the SNAP outreach side. So what like staff experiences as kind of like the liaison between community members and people who are food secure, and kind of like this bigger federal process that is the SNAP application. So we really got to see like both sides of this entire process.
Great. Miriam, did you have any answers for your surprises or takeaways? Just want to get you back online.
Yeah, I think my internet is stable now, I hope. But yes, now I can read the question. I think my biggest takeaways is that interviewing these SNAP outreach specialists really helped guide our outlook on the project, and they shed a lot of light on the common fears that exist within Spanish-speaking immigrant communities that we didn't know about before, when applying to SNAP, and we didn't know about from our research either. So it was really helpful to hear from people with the experience who have direct contact with these communities. So yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you for those answers in your presentation. Miriam, you'll be introducing our next speaker.
Yes, now I have the pleasure of introducing Akeisha Latch from, who was with About Fresh in Boston.
Thank you, Miriam and Bia, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining. Like the title of my report, I will be speaking to you today on how to apply a racial equity lens to volunteer programs across nonprofits and even within your organization organization, beginning with some fundamental steps. Through this report, the hope is that nonprofits can essentially cultivate a space that fosters inclusion, security, and transparency between their organization and volunteers. I just want to speak briefly about my field site and the work plan that I had. So for my field site, I was placed at About Fresh, which is a Boston-based nonprofit whose mission is to strengthen communities by getting fresh food to households that need it most, and whose vision is to work towards a future where everyone has enough food to be healthy, happy, and hopeful. To do this, About Fresh has two programs, which are Fresh Truck and Fresh Connect. I worked closely with the Fresh Truck program, which is a mobile market program that served 22 different locations and communities across Boston. My work plan centered on expanding the recruitment, retention, and training of Fresh Truck volunteers. And then along the way, it did actually expand to support the community engagement program. Within both programs, I was able to build personal relationships with individuals who've helped to not only drive the work of About Fresh, but have also helped to inform the recommendations I will be sharing later in my slides. Most of my time was spent identifying areas for growth in terms of the existing relationships between the organization, volunteers, and community members that are in our community engagement program, and then implementing more equitable practices into these programs and the language used in and around the organization. As you can see here, I have included some terms that are just fundamental when it comes to applying a racial equity lens. We must first be aware and understand what the following terms look like in practice. And before getting into that, I do want to recognize the following people who have helped to inform the definitions for some of these terms, which are Marlisa Gamblin, Paula Martin, and Josh Trotwine. So just taking a brief look at the terms I have here, when speaking about racial equity versus equality, two things that are used interchangeably and grouped together, as well as DEI. The key distinction between them actually is the approach and the outcomes. So where equality looks to merely treat everyone the same without considering their needs, creating a racially equitable space does involve meeting people where they are and providing those necessary tools and resources for the recognized needs that will essentially allow them to reach the same desirable outcomes as another or compared to their white counterparts. Speaking about co-creation invites, calls for inviting BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, into spaces and discussions that are centered around them, but we have seen that it has a history of not actually including these individuals into the conversation and gearing their needs and actually putting it into focus. And lastly, just wanted to speak about fellowship versus partnership and the difference between that. So when we move in fellowship instead of partnership with our volunteers, we're actually signifying that we're working together under one mission and allowing ourselves to understand, embrace values other than our own. Next, just diving a little bit more into racial equity, what it is and what it's not, just so that we do not confuse, the whole bulk of it. So what it is essentially involves eliminating racial disparities in policies, practices, systems, and structures. So things that have are known for upholding barriers for Black, Indigenous, people of color over many years. And applying racial equity lens also involves reaching measurable change and better outcomes through an intentional commitment. So we want to be intentional in what we're doing, what we're saying, and prioritizing these Black and Brown individuals and centering their voices. What it's not, racial equity does not look to BIPOC as a monolith for change. And what I mean by monolith is one does not represent the whole. So we shouldn't try to attach one voice to multiple individuals or groups. because we've all experienced things in different ways. And I like how my former professor, Professor Martin, phrased it. You have to see difference because individuals have different needs. And when you prioritize those needs, your organization will be better informed on the steps and approaches you should take rather than trying to enforce transactional or temporary change. And Sophia Charlotte from the 28th class actually dives deeper into the differences between a transactional change or approach versus a transformational change and approach on anti-racism in the workplace. So I encourage you all to check that out. Next, I just wanted to give a brief overview or history of labor and anti-Blackness. This obviously does not cover the breadth and depth of Black history, as we would be here all day, but this timeline details the role that African Americans have played in the history of forced and unpaid labor since the early 1600s, when slaves were brought to the New World to work to advance economic development through things considered cash crops, so like indigo, tobacco, produced for selling and not consumption. And what I really want to point out in this timeline is Black codes, which around 1877 to 1950, this was not only the time when Jim Crow produced segregation, but it's also laws that were detailed where and how formerly enslaved people could work and for how much compensation. And I really wanted to highlight compensation because that is something that comes up in nonprofits and not normally addressed or addressed in the right way. So just calling attention to, if you're going to ask people to perform services on behalf of your organization, especially when it comes to opening about trauma, their time and voices should be honored, especially given the history that we have with compensation discrimination for Black, Indigenous people of color. Lastly, I just wanted to provide recommendations based on some self-reflection I had done and some conversations that I've held with community members. So in applying racial equity lens, do the following: call out systemic racism in your organization, look to share power and co-create, work to understand and dismantle myths that exist and how you've been conditioned to act and think. Don't try to interpret the needs people may have, as we are not all the same. Be closed-minded or defensive to change, and take advantage of lived experience and historical trauma by tokenizing individuals. Thank you, and I now would like to open up for any questions anyone might have.
Thank you so much. I have a question. Were there any surprises, that you didn't expect, or any takeaways you didn't expect?
Yes, I would definitely say a lot of surprises, and if I can be transparent, I feel along the way, even though I talk about centering Black, Indigenous people of color and their voices, I think going into it, or along the way, I did lose my focus of trying to actually center their needs. And it actually came around in full circle when I realized instead of me asking myself, how can I do this? How can I do this? How can I do this? Really leaning into bringing these individuals into the conversation, because we can only do so much and think about how we can best serve these individuals. But when we don't actually take time to actually hear their voices and know what best honors them, then, we kind of fall flat in our face. And I did have a moment like that. So I was really appreciative that for just the people and Marlisa who supported me along the way and helped to really ground my focus back into honoring these individuals.
Great. I think, and one more quickly, just kind of parallel, Aaliyah asks, how can we make sure that people understand what racial equity is and isn't in our daily interactions with others?
Yes, that's a good question. Thank you, Aaliyah. Something to be mindful of: not everyone has a similar understanding of an issue. Some people have never talked about racial equity in their workplaces, their families, and just everyday conversation. So I think it's really important that when we bring this up, also alluding to the recommendations and calling out racism when it happens, really promoting this sense of racial equity, and not just when we look at things. Just one thing to be mindful of is to not just use equity when you're talking, but actually applying racial equity to it, and recognizing those individuals as well, so that we are really working towards an organization, a system, whatever it may be, that actually includes everyone.
Thank you. That's wonderful. I'll ask you to introduce our next presenter, Akeisha.
Yes. Now I would like to welcome Molly Pifko to take the stage. Molly Pifko worked at Hunger Free Oklahoma in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Akeisha, for that introduction. I'm Molly Pifko. I had the pleasure of working with Hunger Free Oklahoma, or HFO, during my field placement. And HFO works to bring a unified statewide voice to the issue of hunger through policy advocacy, SNAP education and outreach, a SNAP application hotline, and being a backbone for several local and state coalitions. And with my time in Oklahoma, I had the opportunity to support several of those coalitions, and a large part of my work also involved contributing to the build out of HFO's new lived experience cohort, which is planning on launching in the coming year, and that's the project that I'm going to talk to you about today. So this project aims to convene a group of Oklahomans with lived experience of hunger, with the goal of creating advocacy opportunities and helping HFO better understand how people in the state are or are not interacting with nutrition programs. So today, I just want to summarize the process of undertaking that project and share a few of the team's key learnings from along the way. So just to get us on the same page, I want to give a brief explanation of what lived experience is. So when we think about how organizations have typically thought about experience, what's put in job ads or talked about in the workplace, I think the main things we think about are degrees, years in a position or in a field, and the skills that you've gained through your work or through professional development programs. But when I say the word experience, you might think of those things, but you also might think of entirely different things. So just to give an example, I could say that my field placement gave me experience working as a programs fellow in the nonprofit sector, working on issues of hunger. But I could also say it gave me experience with living in Tulsa, meeting new people, moving far away from home, and challenging myself in all kinds of ways. So experience can mean the time we spent doing something, the skills we gained from doing it, or just the fact that we've lived through something new. We've experienced it not only intellectually, but also emotionally with our senses, etc. And when we talk about lived experience, we're talking about recognizing that this second way of gaining experience is just as valuable as the quote unquote professional traditional way. And that including people with lived experience of hunger creates more effective, more impactful programs and advocacy because they are bringing knowledge, stories, perspectives that are entirely different from the kind of knowledge that can be taught in an academic or professional setting. And also that including that perspective is a matter of justice because for too long, racism, classism, and other systemic barriers have excluded people with lived experience from the very decisions that are directly impacting their lives. So just to give a quick summary of the proposal for HFO's lived experience cohort, which might change as the team gathers more feedback from the community. This is planned as an 8-month cohort, most likely from September to April. A 6-person group that will convene in person once a month and then also include a short additional call one-on-one with an HFO team member, and has 2 dedicated staff members with work adding up to about 40 hours a month of dedicated staff time. And one of the major research areas in creating this proposal was around lowering barriers to participation. And the number one way to do that is just making sure that we're always paying people at least a living wage for their time. The expectation to volunteer can be a big barrier for people with lived experience, sort of for obvious reasons. And we want to show that we respect their time and expertise just as much as any employee. So a living wage rate should be considered the minimum for acceptable compensation. And the living wage model is a method of determining the basic financial needs of a person or family. And unlike the federal poverty level or the minimum wage, which are both shown in this figure, it takes into account costs like childcare and healthcare, and also takes into account geographic variations in living expenses. So this graphic comes from the MIT Living Wage Calculator, which is a useful tool for determining what living wage will look like based on your location. In terms of dispersing that compensation, there's different options which include gift cards, cash, checks, direct deposit. those all have pros and cons that I go into further in my report, and also those might vary based on organizational specifics. But what I found is that best practice is really to determine as many options as possible that are feasible for you and for the people you're working with, and really allow participants to choose what works best for them, because people know their budgets and their needs and their preferences better than you do. And then finally, we found that in addition to pay, childcare and transportation would be two major barriers to participation. So it's important to determine whether it's most helpful for people to be provided with a transportation stipend, childcare stipend, or with bus passes, gas gift cards, Lyft or Uber credits, something like that to make sure that people can get to meetings. And HFO is also budgeted to provide dinner at every meeting and is exploring options for getting laptops and hotspots for cohort members through things like grants or partnerships with a business or school. So finally, I wanted to include some guiding principles and approaches as HFO moves forward with this cohort creation process. And I actually think Akeisha covered a lot of this content really well. So asset-based and trauma-informed thinking involves working to combat the stigma around hunger and poverty and participation in nutrition programs, and recognizing that hunger and poverty are traumatic experiences that can layer on top of things like racial trauma and personal trauma. And so it's really important that when working to work with people with lived experience, we need to focus on people's strengths and avoid re-traumatization by building a trusting environment and making it clear that no one has to share more information than they're comfortable with. And then we also want to center racial equity by working to ensure that we're creating an anti-racist space and engaging communities of color, recognizing that, as my fellow fellows have covered so well, these communities experience hunger and poverty at vastly disproportionate rates compared to their white counterparts, but their activism has been ignored and excluded for so long. And then finally, tying these together is co-creation. So ensuring that people with lived experience are in control and get to shape the program based on what is most useful and interesting to them, and that we're building relationships, not just extracting ideas or stories. So those are my major takeaways from this process. And I'm now just going to put up a few quotes that I found especially impactful from community advocates in this area, and leave some time for any questions. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Molly, for your presentation. We have a few questions from our online audience, and one is from Morgan McKinney. How is HFO considering how compensation might push participants off the benefits cliff?
Yeah, absolutely, Morgan. That's a really great question and something we talked about a lot, that we found was a major consideration for people. And actually, one way that we considered that was just in the timing of the cohort. So September to April splits the 8 months evenly over 2 calendar years, which makes it a little bit easier for compensation to be distributed in smaller chunks in those calendar years. So that's the main way. But as we move forward, we're definitely going to be working with participants or the HFO team, which I'm sadly not there anymore, to figure out whether they have any ideas or insights in navigating that process.
Great, great perspective. I think we will move on to our next part. Lots of good questions, but we'll need to move on. So thank you, Molly. Please introduce our next speaker.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your questions. It's now my pleasure to introduce my friend and field site partner at Hunger Free Oklahoma in Tulsa, Nick Battles.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much, Molly. I appreciate it. You set me up for fantastically. And I can't see anyone, but I feel the positive energy. Thank you for that. Like her, I was at Hunger Free Oklahoma for my field placement site with just exemplary staff doing incredible work and change making. So without further ado, let's dive in to my work. Here we go. Okay. So as you can see on your screen here, we are preparing for a 2.5-year journey. So you see a boat, you see a cloud, you see an anchor, rocks, a couple of islands on the right. I'm going to zoom into each portion of this as we dive into it a little bit more in a second, but I want to provide some context as to what exactly this journey is all about. So as you can see, the boat is representing the blueprint to food security in Oklahoma. Sometimes I call it a blueprint to end hunger in Oklahoma. Its eventual title is not for me to determine, but that's what we're referring to it as right now. So this boat, this project, is going to take about 2.5 years in my mind, about a 30-month process to traverse the ocean and get to its eventual goal of being a guiding document or an entity that brings everyone together across the state of Oklahoma in a collaborative way, in a cohesive way, with shared vision, mission, and goals to end hunger in the state. There are comparable projects like it in other states like Maine, Colorado, the Colorado Blueprint to End Hunger, Virginia, Montana. They have similar roadmaps or blueprints to really bring people together in their state in the anti-hunger and anti-poverty space and make this happen. This blueprint will be available, again, in my mind, after 2.5 years of work, bringing people together, persuading people to be involved, for people to have a collaborative implementation process. We know the research, there's been assessments done, we know the solutions to hunger and poverty. So it's not just going to be, an assessment that has a bunch of ideas. It's going to have concrete, accountable steps for all of those involved. And we'll talk a bit more about who's involved in a second. But it's rooted deeply in collective impact literature, and Hunger Free Oklahoma, as Molly alluded to, is really a backbone organization for this idea. So let's get a little bit closer into what exactly is propelling this boat forward. And my work is really just the initial stage, the very, very beginning, giving HFO, Hunger Free Oklahoma, an idea of what it's going to take over this entire period to be successful. And my own work was strengthened by the expertise of those with lived experience of hunger and poverty. I was lucky enough to engage with several folks in the Tulsa area in particular with that experience and learn from them. And I suggest and recommend to HFO that be a continuing force pushing forward this project in the future. So a bit more about what I did specifically during my past 5 months. Creating resources and tools that have tangible applications for HFO going forward. Much of that was a result of consultations with internal and external partners with and without lived expertise, determining in their minds who exactly should be involved, what should the end goal be, and just what might some barriers be as well. So it really just allowed me to present to HFO a toolkit that establishes some groundwork for collaboration and gets the ball rolling. I drafted a survey for HFO to gather even more input from those with lived expertise and looked at about 30 different similar projects around the country doing similar work. So what's going to slow it down? What's going to slow down that boat, that project that's going to take some time? Represented by the anchor here. A few things, number one of which being establishing relationships and building trust. I think everyone here has probably done a group project before. We know it takes time to establish some repertoire, or some rapport rather, with your teammates, with those involved. And so it's important that energy and time is invested in that process to make sure that what is created is sustainable and rooted in some shared values. So as you can see there, crafting a collaborative atmosphere with shared values takes some time, but I think it's totally fine. I think it's actually very beneficial for these things to delay the entire project, because one of the biggest takeaways I've had is that we should be rooted more in a human-based timeline than a grant-based timeline, putting ahead of funding needs, really the needs of those involved, especially those with expertise. And internal preparation as a backbone organization as well, determining who has the capacity, who needs the training to really lead the infrastructure, the involvement of everyone is going to take some time as well. And so hopefully I've prepared HFO a little bit in my time. I mean, simply my 5 months there is an example of that internal preparation. So some challenges and barriers that we want to avoid, much like ignoring your feelings is not going to make them go away. Ignoring the individual needs, norms, and priorities of everyone involved is not going to make it any easier to be successful. When you bring together a diverse collective of folks from different walks of life, they're going to have different ideas of what it takes to end hunger, what it takes to end poverty, how best to affect change, and just what needs to be done in general to have a successful group effort. And so it's important to recognize all of those things at the same time that a cohesive set of shared values is coming to fruition. And also, inadequately centering racial equity and lived expertise would be a remarkable hiccup along the way. You don't want to hit that because if you want to truly have a sustainable, systemic solution and just guideline to ending hunger, and one that's lasting and actually helping those most afflicted by hunger and poverty, you need to be hearing from, and need to have leadership from those folks. And so one concrete example of this would be to look at a map of Oklahoma, find the counties with the highest rates of food insecurity, and find people in those areas with those experiences. Have them lead the way on a board of directors, perhaps. So we're zooming in here now to island number 1, in which it tells you a bit more about who would be involved. And you can read more about this in my report eventually. But a committed collective of advisors, implementers, decision makers, and a board of lived experts that really guide the entire process and make sure that what's being talked about by these organizations, whether it be food banks, whether it be a healthcare organization, or others involved in the anti-hunger, anti-poverty space, that whatever they're doing is guided truly and wholeheartedly by the experience and expertise of those with experiences of hunger and poverty. So eventually this will be a published document, a published statewide plan or entity that guides everyone in Oklahoma toward a future without hunger. This is something that could be its own entity, like the Colorado Blueprint and Hunger as well. But as I've said, I've just been kind of a catalyst for the initial process. How it ends up, what sort of shape its final form will have after that 2.5 years of collaboration is not up to me, and that's a good thing. It's up to those in Oklahoma with far more experience. But with that, I want to have time for questions. So thanks so much for listening.
Great. Thank you, Nick, for your presentation. I've seen some great questions from the audience. One of them is about your thought process with your design of your presentation. Great artwork from Haley. Great art, Nick.
Well,
what was the thought
Haley.
process behind the design?
It kind of just, it was just really not much thought process at all. I thought of it, I was thinking blueprint, roadmap, nautical chart, if you will. And that's just a good way to represent the various factors and pieces of the puzzle for this project.
Great, thank you. There's so many good questions. I'm going to go to Molly's question next. Such interesting work. What learnings from this process do you think are broadly applicable, and which do you think are Oklahoma specific?
Great question, Molly. I think broadly applicable are just really centering racial equity and lived expertise wherever you are in the country, wherever you are in the world, relying on those folks to guide the way, not just hearing from them, but putting them in leadership positions is broadly applicable. As far as Oklahoma specific, the anti-hunger and anti-poverty space in Oklahoma is pretty unique in the ways that they operate. I mean, everyone has a role to play in ending hunger in the state, and I don't have time to delve into those details, but those involved in that space recognize the unique challenges of coming together in a cohesive format. So, yeah.
Great, thank you so much. And you'll be introducing our next presenter.
Yes. All right. So excited to hear from our next fellow, Maya, who is in Knoxville, Tennessee, working with United Way of Greater Knoxville.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you everyone for being here today. My name is Maya, and I was placed with the United Way of Greater Knoxville in Knoxville, Tennessee. And today I'll be talking about food insecurity in Knoxville's public housing community. Throughout this project, I worked closely with Knoxville's Community Development Corporation, or KCDC. KCDC is Knoxville's public housing authority, And after conducting a needs assessment in 2021, KCDC found a high level of food-related needs among the residents at their properties. So they sought a partnership with the United Way in order to investigate food insecurity and to ultimately create equitable food access opportunities for their residents. One way this was done was through the Knox County Community Food Security Assessment. This is an ongoing county-wide assessment that's being supported by the United Way and by a local research nonprofit. And it was designed to give a really holistic and comprehensive look at the experience of food insecurity, and really designed to center the expertise of lived experience. I conducted 61 surveys across 6 public housing properties located all across Knoxville. And I'm going to share some of the results. The first question asked respondents to define food insecurity. And the goal of this question was really to develop a community-informed definition of food insecurity. When I would read the USDA's definition to people, people were often confused by it, and it wasn't something that resonated with them. And it's really important to create shared language and have a definition of food insecurity that's reflective of people's lived experience. Not having enough food and not being able to afford food were the most common responses to this question. As one respondent concisely put it, the cupboard is bare and the bank account is empty. The availability and affordability of food for different health conditions and allergies was also a really prominent concern, especially among diabetics. And many respondents also viewed food insecurity relative to their own past experiences or to the past experiences of others. Some remembered growing up watching their parents struggle to provide food for them, or talked about people experiencing homelessness in their definitions. A relatively few number, only 11%, defined food insecurity as being unable to get your preferred foods, even if you could get enough food to feed yourself. And something I heard a lot from respondents was that they felt like they didn't deserve to be picky or they didn't deserve to have choices. Overall, this question illustrated the diverse experiences and conceptions of food insecurity and showed how there's really a need to create spaces for people experiencing food insecurity to reflect on and share their experiences and to think about what food security could look like for them beyond simply having enough to eat. The assessment also asked, what are some things that would help make Knoxville's food system more diverse, equitable, and inclusive? And the desire for more affordable food was very common, things like cheaper grocery stores or cheaper prices. Many respondents also wanted changes that involved community transformation and community leadership. People talked about wanting more resources to grow foods, like more community gardens. And there was a really clear desire for programs that understand and work with the community and not for them. 10% of respondents to this question said they weren't sure. And this was common across all the open-ended questions. About 10 to 20% of respondents consistently said that they weren't sure or they didn't know, illustrating some of the difficulties that can come with trying to engage residents as collaborators. Engaging residents as true co-creators of food insecurity, will require overcoming several barriers. And these are some of the barriers that I saw throughout my time working in the community. There's the stigmatization of poverty and food insecurity, even in communities where this is a prevalent issue and even among people who are experiencing it themselves. Some responses in the survey portrayed food insecurity as an individual failing. In response to the question about improving the food system, one participant said for people to go to work and stop laying around waiting for a handout. And it's part of how systemic poverty functions. People are really disempowered of thinking of solutions when they think that the situation they're in is their fault. I've also seen how the mindset generated by intergenerational poverty really creates conditions where residents are disillusioned and tired, and they don't have the capacity to share their ideas for solutions. The stress of the daily experience of living in poverty also makes it really hard to plan for the future. When you're worried about whether you can pay rent or where your next meal is coming from, you often don't have the time or energy to think beyond just surviving that day. Further, surveys can just be ineffective at engaging residents because there isn't prolonged investment in building trust. When I was doing the survey, you're asking participants to share really sensitive personal experiences, to share their hopes and their ideas for improvement with someone who's an outsider to their community and who's someone they don't know or trust. Residents also have experiences of broken promises from KCDC and from other partner organizations, and they don't trust that people want to make positive change. I heard over and over again from residents that they just didn't believe that anything was going to change, and they didn't believe that anyone was listening to them. And so for there to be true co-creation, there really needs to be a long-term effort to build capacity and to forge trust with residents. Based on these findings, one of my recommendations was to implement a resident ambassador program where residents could have a formal paid position to coordinate services, perform outreach, plan activities, and act as liaisons between their community, KCDC, and partner organizations. The idea of a resident leadership position was uplifted throughout all my resident engagement efforts. People really wanted someone to represent them and to advocate for them. Residents know their community, they have trust and rapport with their neighbors, so they really are the ideal people to be doing outreach and to be developing new programs because they can leverage social capital to an effect that outsiders can't. A program like this really should be developed with residents, moving beyond consultation to leadership and collaboration. If you're interested in the rest of my recommendations, as well as a more detailed discussion of my resident engagement results, you can read my Hunger-Free Community Report. And to close, I just want to honor the residents who shared space with me, who told me their stories, and who allowed me to learn from them. I'm really here to use my position and my privilege to amplify their voices, because creating a thriving, food-secure community really must begin and end with the leadership of those with lived experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. That's great work and great presentation. We have some really good questions from our audience. I'm going to start with one from Landy Lynn. What changes would you make to the survey if you were to do this field placement again?
I don't know if I personally would recommend making any changes. I didn't design the survey. It was designed, again, by the United Way in conjunction with 3 Cubed, and they really did go through a really rigorous process. Jasmine Bryant was one of the core team members, and she is an amazing community advocate with a lived experience of hunger and poverty, and she did a lot of pilot surveys with community members, and so I think the survey did a really good job at trying to engage residents.
Great, great. There's another good question here from Gabe. There are lots of social determinants of health that co-occur with hunger. Housing, as you're pointing out, is one of them. What did you learn about approaching intersecting issues?
I guess that no changes are going to happen in a vacuum, and you really have to think holistically about the different experiences and barriers that people face when they are part of marginalized communities. One huge social determinant of health that I noticed in the public housing communities was really mental health. And that was such a big driver of food insecurity. A lot of residents talked about the experiences of social isolation as well, and how that really limited their ability to engage with like a social support network that could help them with their food needs.
Mm-hmm. Great. Yes, that's so true. Gosh, I think one more quick question. Were there any recommendations you and your team brainstormed for addressing distrust?
There weren't really any recommendations that we brainstormed. I more recommended just like a further investigation of how KCDC could try to heal just the trauma that they've created. And one thing that I spoke to a community member about was just them acknowledging the trauma that they've created, because a lot of times that's just missed, and you do these assessments and you don't realize that you're asking someone who you've hurt for their ideas. And so starting from a place of like, I'm sorry almost, and acknowledging that.
Yeah. Thank you. So Maya, you'll be introducing our next presentation.
Yeah, next up is my wonderful field partner, roommate, and friend, Landy Lynn, who was placed with the Wesley House Community Center in Knoxville.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Maya, for that introduction. I was placed at the Wesley House Community Center in Knoxville, Tennessee, where I worked in their food pantry to create a best practices report that centered client choice, dignity, and equity. And so to begin, really quickly, the Wesley House Community Center was founded in 1907 by a group of Methodist women. So this photo on the left here is the original building. And the community center continues to serve the surrounding neighborhoods. So the surrounding neighborhoods are the Mechanicsville, Lonsdale, and Beaumont communities. And it currently offers an after-school program as well as a senior wellness program and a food pantry. So a little more history for this area. It is predominantly a working class neighborhood. It began most of the people who lived there were employed in the nearby factories and mills. And this area of Knoxville, so Mechanicsville, Lonsdale, and Beaumont, are primarily defined as primarily low income, where 35% of residents lived in poverty, and the per capita income is about $14,000 a year. And then it's 36% Black, 37% white, and then 20% of residents identified as Latino. With all that being said, the Wesley House Food Pantry was created in 2020 as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, especially from the rise of food insecurity rates in the community. And 2-3 years later, it continues to be a resource in the community, and it doesn't look like it's going to go away anytime soon. For a little more context, rather than using the term food desert, I will be using food apartheid. So the term was coined by Karen Washington, and it is a look at the whole food system along with race, geography, faith, economics, and it gets to the root cause of the problems that cause food insecurity. And it brings in hunger and poverty into the question, end quote. And so as you can see from this map here, this is a map of all of the retail locations in the communities that accept SNAP. And the United States Department of Agriculture defines the area as low income, low access, where 33% of residents live half a mile away from the closest grocery store. As you can see here, there are 16 retail SNAP locations. However, there's only one actual grocery store, and that is the one circled here. All the other locations are convenience stores or gas stations. And so for this project, I had to create a best practices report for the pantry, focusing on client choice, again, equity, low barriers, high access. And the process was largely from my observations. So I worked pretty much every day in the food pantry, really getting to know different clients and the communities that we were working with. And then I also conducted surveys and listening sessions with Spanish-speaking and English-speaking clients. And those were really, really great. And the next slides will give us a little more insights from the community. Lastly, I visited other nonprofits and other food pantries to kind of get a better scope of what was happening in Knoxville as a whole in the sphere of anti-hunger work. And then lastly, literature review to see what was happening in other counties across the United States and what they recommended for different food pantries. With all that being said, the most important part of my project was the community contributions, getting to know the clients and then being able to conduct surveys. Folks were compensated with a $50 gift card, but conducting surveys and listening sessions and just really being able to hear it from the source and hear it in an unfiltered way was really great. So I won't go on and on about the different barriers and visions and ideas that people had, but these are kind of the main ones I pointed out. The largest one is obviously the limited grocery stores. So like the map showed previously, there's only one grocery store in the area and everything else is a convenience store. So people really wanted to see more options, more healthy options, more affordable options, and so on. And generally, people wanted to see a reinvestment in the community. So more businesses, more stores. And then lastly, a lot of the clients who use the food pantry lacked their own transportation. So they had to use public transportation or relied on a friend for a private vehicle. And that can get complicated because the public transportation system is not great either. And so with all that being said, these are just some of the barriers and visions and ideas that I was able to gather from folks. And so here are some of my key recommendations and conclusions from this project. just to put this out there, this is my experience from working at the Wesley House Community Center. I understand that food pantries are going to vary from place to place, and it's going to cater to different clients, obviously. So then the first thing I'd like to point out is that food pantries should be client choice. So rather than using a traditional food box method where pantries have prepackaged boxes or prepackaged items for community members, a client choice model is like a grocery store where people come in and just kind of take what they need, take what they want, and don't take what they don't want. And so it maintains a sort of privacy and dignity that maybe food box models don't always do. Second is to continue using a low barrier entry process. So at the Wesley House Community Center, there's not an ID requirement. There's not a household verification process. People would come as they are and get access to food that they need. Again, I have about 10 recommendations total. You can see my final report, but here's just a few more. The next one is to stock with community pantry essentials. Now, this one's going to vary from community to community, but to have food pantries take the time to ask clients what they'd like or what they're looking for would just be a really great way to include access and continue to be low barrier. And then lastly, this is an idea that came from a lot of people that I talked to, was to have a mobile food pantry. So some way to deliver goods or be like to go where the people are. Because not everyone has access to a vehicle. And so lastly, in conclusion, this is just a reminder that at the end of the day, a food pantry is just one solution to solving hunger in the United States and in Knoxville. And food pantries, again, are just one solution. So it's just one aspect of this really complex network of issues. And it's just a reminder that food is a human right and everyone deserves access to food regardless of their race or income. And so a pantry like this would welcome everyone and hopefully allow people to have access to food. So thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Landy, so much for your presentation and your hard work. We do have a few questions from our online audience. The first one comes from Dan, and he asks about the language. He asks if you can comment on the different implications of using food desert versus using food apartheid.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this question, Dan. This is really great. So early on in my work, we decided pretty quickly that food desert just isn't the right terminology anymore. The term food desert makes the issue at hand, which is food insecurity, makes the issue at hand seem as if it's not, makes it seem passive. So it makes it seem like it just happens to be a food desert and there just happens to be no grocery stores in the area, when in reality it's due to decades of policies and regulations that have led to communities being less resourced. And so food apartheid is a little more active and acknowledges all of the complexities that come into this issue.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, another question from Christian is, did you engage with any online ordering platforms for the food pantries?
Online ordering as in, well, okay, so our food pantry, most of our stock actually came from the local food bank. And the local food bank has their own separate internal online ordering system, if that answers your question. But no, other than that, we primarily worked with local churches, nonprofits, and the local food bank, which is a branch of Feeding America.
Gotcha. So good to hear more about your work, Landy. You will be concluding this portion of our presentations with a quick announcement, and I would like to invite the Emerson Fellows to remain online following Landy's announcement.
Yeah, so at this time, this is probably the most exciting announcement for everyone. We will break for lunch. To the live stream guests and everyone in attendance, we'll reconvene at 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. So enjoy the break and use the same StreamYard link that you had to re-enter the event after lunch. Thank you.
thank you so much for all your work here at GBFB. We're going to miss you so much. You brought such enthusiasm and deep perspectives on intersectional issues around hunger to our team. Thank you so much. Your work in elevating equity and justice at the Greater Boston Food Bank is going to live on forever, and we're just so grateful. You're going to do amazing things. We will never forget your Minnesota goodbyes. Thank you.
Hi, Hunger Fellows. I'm Anna Krieger. I am Haley Rockenbach's supervisor in her field placement in Massachusetts at the Massachusetts Developmental Disabilities Council and South Shore Community Action. And I just have to say, there's no one as fabulous as Haley. She has been just a total breath of fresh air for us at the council. Haley is smart, she is passionate, she is just a delightful and very funny person. And those are all just some of the things I could go on and on. But I will never forget that we went to our networking an event where there was going to be some networking. It was right after Haley started, and I said, Haley, there'll be networking, are you up for that? And she was immediately like, I love networking. And she was so enthusiastic, I could not tell if maybe she was being sarcastic, but she was not, which was great because I love networking too. And we had a great time and met all these wonderful movers and shakers in Massachusetts. And what is so impressive about Haley is her ability to create networks, to create relationships, to force people to talk to her who don't need to talk to her. And she really dug in so deep in her work and was so thoughtful and just really embraced everything about the disability community, and really came in with just such an open heart and a social justice oriented mind, and that is just something we're so grateful for. And we're so grateful for everything you did, Haley, with us, and I know it's a relationship that will continue well beyond the time of your fellowship, and we're just so grateful to you for being part of our team, and for doing such exciting work. So goodbye, everyone.
Hi, Nick. You've only been gone for a week, but it already feels like it's been forever. We're missing you so much. I am so excited for your next adventure. I know you will do fantastic things at USDA. Bring your same energy and passion and excitement to them, and I know that they will see just how much you can do in no time. You brought so much impact to Hunger Free Oklahoma that words cannot describe. Oklahomans will be feeling the effects of your work for many, many years after. I hope maybe here in the near future we get a chance to catch up, and maybe one day we can go visit the Iowa State Fair together.
Hi, Maya and Landy. I just wanted to tell you how much we've appreciated and enjoyed having you here in Knoxville, Tennessee. I think the thing that I was most impressed about both of you being here is that oftentimes Living in the South, I think people see things on the news, especially around Tennessee, and they experience a lot of judgment. But you guys were able to come into our community and really just look at stakeholders as well as the individuals most impacted by food insecurity and treat them with dignity and respect. It is that type of attitude that I think no matter where you work that you'll always benefit from having, is really seeing a circumstance without judgment and then making recommendations of how we can all move forward together. So I so appreciate you all for allowing us to have some really difficult conversations about racial equity and other inequities within our food system, and really how to center residents and people who use food service programs within the solutions and empower those groups. Without you guys, we probably would have been able to do it, but it wouldn't have been the same because it really allowed someone from outside of our community to come and help us learn, once again, without judgment, how to move forward together. So thank you guys so much for being here, and we'll miss you very much.
Thank you, Aaliyah and Lauren, for everything that you did with CIFPAC. We are so grateful that you randomly got placed with us. And even though you've only been gone for 24 hours, we miss you so much. Woo! Thanks, Lauren and Aaliyah! Woo! Congratulations. Congratulations! Have fun in DC. Come back and visit us as soon as you can.
Jasmine and Taylor, before you arrived, were already planning what the fellowship was going to be like and setting expectations. The day you were here, we had an orientation ready and a tour ready and had already set all these different plans, but we were most excited to meet you and get to know who you were, where you came from, and what brought you here. And I'm so glad we learned that, because as the project evolved and you took ownership, we really got to see the way you put your own branded mark on it and really changed it because of that. And it changed in unexpected but wonderful ways. One of the ways was we got to travel down to Cincinnati and get to see and tour a food bank that had a hub model and got to learn more about them. We also toured another organization that had a hub model and got to enjoy a fun light display festival that was going on at the time. We also got to share with you some of our city by being able to take you to Cedar Point, which is one of our local attractions, and we had fun there. Amongst all this fun, we put in a lot of hard work, and you especially put in tons of hard work into both of these projects. So Jasmine, thank you so much for your involvement in the Sandusky Hub project. You were essential in making sure that the community was at the heart of this project and continues to be at the heart by making sure that we are hearing the voices of the community in order to inform the development of the project, but also the implementation of the project. So thank you for that. And Taylor, you did a wonderful job with the landscape assessment and helping us to map our community through the social determinants of health and getting to really understand what the needs of our community are, so that we can now be very strategic about the way that we use our resources and our partnerships to be able to meet those needs. Thank you to both of you for all of the hard work that you put in, and we are so looking forward to see what's to come next within this fellowship and moving forward. From your family at Second Harvest, once again, thank you.
Hi Molly, I hope that you're doing well.
well and that your travels went smoothly from Oklahoma to DC, that you're gearing up for your policy placement. Back here in Oklahoma, the HFO team is missing you and Nick. I want to let you know how much we appreciate all of your work on the various projects that you supported our team on. Starting from the research and content writing that you did for the Living Expertise cohort build out, that is going to live far into the future as we build that cohort out in the coming year. And so we will keep you updated on all of that work, because I know how much you've become invested in centering others' voices and really meaningfully engaging the community as we figure out how to address food insecurity here in Oklahoma. In addition to that project, you were a great supporter for the Oklahoma Childhood Food Security Coalition Backbone Support. Facilitating those listening sessions with our members is only going to enhance how we provide that backbone support. Additionally, your hunger-free community in Noble County support has really helped Katie take that project further along. In the meantime, we want to wish you the best of luck in your policy placement, your time in DC, and then in your future endeavors, law school, and wherever else your adventures take you. You have an openness, a willingness to learn, a generosity of spirit, and humility about you that make you an asset and a great friend to everyone you come across. So we are so confident in all of the different goals and objectives and dreams that you have in your mind, and we can't wait to follow along and see what ways you are going to help improve and the world and support others as you meet them. So best wishes, my friend, and please stay in touch.
Hi, Angela. It's Dana. We are so grateful for the time that you spent with us and the work that you did. Your work is truly transforming our organization from the inside out. We couldn't have done any of this without you. And although we miss you tremendously, we know that you're on to new and great things in Washington, D.C., and we can't wait to see your report when it comes out. We love you. The dogs love you too. Say bye. Bye, Angela.
Hi, this is Michael J. Wilson from Maryland Hunger Solutions, and this is my tribute video for Miriam and Bea Isabella. I say them both together because we had both of them and we were fortunate to do so, but I don't get them mixed up. I know the difference between them. I know the difference between Tennessee and Connecticut, and I know the difference between both of them and their work. But what's been good is that they have worked together collegially, that they've made a big impact in Maryland with their work, with their outreach, with their project, that they've been a big help both to the metropolitan Washington
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we all enjoyed lunch. My name is Emma Williamson, and I'm the Alum Engagement Coordinator here at the Congressional Hunger Center. And I'm also an alum of the Emerson National Hunger Fellowship Program as well. And so today we are about to enter our third section, which will be highlighting mapping and program assessment tools and resources. Up first, I am honored to introduce Aaliyah Fard, who was placed at the Chicago Food Policy Action Council, CIFPAC, in Chicago, Illinois. Please welcome Aaliyah.
Thanks, Emma. Sweet. So, hi, everyone. Thank you again for being here today. Again, my name is Aaliyah. I was placed with the Chicago Food Policy Action Council, or CIFPAC, working with the Good Food Purchasing Policy, which I will refer to as GFPP. So I'm super excited to give you a 7-minute crash course followed by a 3-minute Q&A session on the policy and all the work that I did during my field placement time. So in short, the Good Food Purchasing Policy's purpose is to revise the ways in which institutions purchase and distribute their food. So GFPP prioritizes relationship building with the idea that this, paired with policy that's able to hold our government accountable, can advance a good food system for everyone. So a little bit of background, the policy was first adopted by Los Angeles in 2017 and then was quickly implemented in Chicago that same year. It's also being implemented in other states right now, including Boston, Ohio, DC, of course, Texas, and California. Plus, there's active GFPP campaigning in Colorado, Minnesota, New York, and Florida. So we should be seeing a lot of progress soon. And all these states have already made so much progress in the last 6 years, and I shed some light on those accomplishments in my Hunger Free Community Report, which you can find on the Hunger Center's website, and that link is also going to be in the chat. So moving forward, I have a little interactive activity for you all. I want to ask what words come to mind when you hear good food. And if you'll just put those in the chat of what you think good food is and means before I keep going. I'm curious on what those thoughts are. And that can be a word or a phrase or maybe a particular food that can look a lot different for everybody. Home cooked food, totally. That's a good one, Laura. Thanks. Nutritious, absolutely. Thanks, Maya. Sustenance, absolutely. Thanks, Keisha. Tasty, love it. Yeah. Culturally relevant, absolutely. Thanks, Lauren. Culturally appropriate. Angela, shout out to you. Nourishing, for sure. Those are all awesome. Thanks, y'all. Fresh, absolutely. Totally agree. So for CIFPAC, good food is sustainable, racially just, accessible, humane, and local. And that definitely aligns with some of what you all were saying, which is amazing. With that being said, GFPP is encouraging large institutions to distribute their food buying power towards 5 core values. And these are local economies, environmental sustainability, a valued workforce, animal welfare, and nutrition. So essentially, the idea is that institutional food purchasings that are spent with these values in mind and these words in mind that you all are saying will advance equity in the food system. So therefore, a commitment to GFPP means that food dollars are being equitably distributed, and this allows for pathways and opportunities for smaller food producers, Black and Indigenous food producers, and other food producers of color, plus eaters who are in lower income communities and also communities of color can have access to the same healthy eating and living as their counterparts. So Chicago departments, as well as Cook County departments and agencies, fund a plethora of institutions and programs. I have the institutions that are currently partnered with GFPP in Chicago listed on the screen right here. And so altogether, these institutions and the meal programs that are within them spend over $118 million in food. That's a huge food budget. And it's estimated that this number exceeds $300 million if you're adding in concessions and other special events. So GFPP is recognizing that those funds can be allocated better and have an even deeper impact if more consideration was given to those 5 core values: local economies, environmental sustainability, a valued workforce, animal welfare, and nutrition. So that being said, the core of my work plan with CIFPAC was a focused approach to support GFPP and their mission to ensure that these institutional meal programs are investing in an equitable, transparent, and accountable food system. So I worked to further develop a visual networking map, which you can see on your screen, of all the meal programs and food environments that have committed to GFPP thus far in Chicago. So each dot on this map represents either an agency or a meal program or a department, to name a few, that have committed to GFPP, and that it has a bunch of information inside of those little dots. And that will include contact information and other pieces of data, such as the number of annual meals each institution or program provides and a total annual food-related contract amount. So I'll give you guys a really quick example using Chicago Public Schools, which I will refer to as CPS. So in the map, if you hold your cursor over the blue dot that represents CPS, you'll see that it's a sister agency of the Chicago departments and sister agencies dot, which is the big brown one there. And then you'll notice 8 connecting lines, which is going to the 8 different meal programs that CPS operates. And this includes the National Lunch and Breakfast Program, after school snacks, summer meals, etc. So clicking on that dot in the map will bring up a whole panel of information about the agency and more information about each of those programs. So for instance, the total food-related contract amount for Chicago Public Schools is over $78 million annually. And the agency also serves over 70 million meals a year, which is incredible. So moving forward, the map is a public resource that's catered to prospective local farms and food businesses to better understand when new food-related opportunities will be released. It's also going to include information about contracted food service providers and distributors. And all of this is in the hopes that food producers of color and workers of color will have an opportunity to wholesale their products to larger institutions, which would not only benefit them financially, but would provide quality food products to the groups of people these institutions cater to. So it's a win-win for everybody. So the goals of the map are to provide information again to those food producers, distributors, or food service providers who are interested in selling their products or services, to community food access sites that are implementing GFPP. It's supposed to provide transparency on the companies that public meal programs and food environments are currently contracted with. And it's an interactive and user-friendly resource that helps to learn about the local institutions implementing GFPP. So who should use this resource? Food producers and businesses in the Metro Chicago region, especially owned and operated by Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and people of color that are looking to sell to those community food access sites again. And then other institutions in the Chicago region, like hospitals, higher education institutions, cultural institutions, senior living facilities, and others that are interested in joining GFPP should use this resource. And then lastly, of course, anybody who's interested in learning more about the landscape of what GFPP looks like in Chicago, that could be food suppliers, researchers, public officials, and of course, eaters. So thank you all so much for listening. So before I jump into questions, I want to encourage anyone who's interested in exploring that map to follow a guided presentation that walks through all that information, which is something that I created during my time at CIFPAC. That link and the link to the map itself are going to be found in the chat. Thank you, Emma, for putting those in there for me. And now I'm ready for questions.
Hi, Leah, great job. Now we're going to take just a few questions from the chat. Our first one is coming from Gabe Hoffman, who asked, how often is the information in your map meant to be updated?
That's a great question, Gabe. Thank you so much. Ideally, the information on the map is supposed to be updated quarterly, on a quarterly basis. And so that means that we're supposed to be receiving updated contract information from those institutions on a quarterly basis. Now, that is obviously an ideal and a hope. Right now, we're at a once a year basis, but hopefully in the future, we get to that quarterly timeline.
Thanks, okay. And then another question from the chat from Zariah Carter. This was great. I might have missed it, but is this the first year of resource creation?
Thank you, Zaraya. That's another great question. No, this map was actually started last year by the previous Emerson Fellow, Artist Trice. And so he got the ground running for me. And my job was really expanding upon the map that he created and adding new information and updating the current information that was already in the map.
Thank you.
Okay, sweet. So now I am going to introduce Taylor Yunoki, who was placed at the Second Harvest Food Bank in North Central Ohio.
Thank you so much, Aaliyah, for the introduction. So, hello, I'm Taylor, and today I will be talking more about the role of data in rural communities. So, I had the honor and privilege of being able to serve at North Second Harvest Food Bank in North Central Ohio. And I worked on a landscape assessment, which just utilized a lot of quantitative and qualitative data to gather information on community member demographics and traits, the geographical resources available, the landscape itself, and more, all in hopes of internally improving services and hoping to better understand the needs of the community. Now, for my Hunger Free report, I also got to work on a landscape assessment toolkit because I didn't see much toolkits or assistance and resources on landscape assessments itself. So working on the landscape assessment, the following 6 months really helped me understand the importance and role of data, specifically in the food bank space and its role in rural, smaller communities. Yet it's something that I realize is kind of novel and untouched. So I just want to explore more about my insights and my recommendations for such a new tool and way to fight in the fight against food insecurity. So just a little bit about the community landscape. So it consists of 4 counties in those 4 boxes on the map of Huron County, Crawford County, Lorain County, and Erie County. And most of these counties are predominantly rural, minus the Lorain City area and the Sandusky City in the upper left of the map. And as you can see from these numbers, the service area of North Central Ohio is disproportionately at risk with food insecurity, poverty, and unrelated areas such as unemployment and educational attainment, all that factor into poverty and food insecurity rates. In addition, there consists a lot of food deserts and rural areas as well. Specifically, when it comes to food access with these food deserts or apartheid areas, we see that even in Huron County, it ranges from every 31 miles to even every 51 miles for a person having access when we do the math in Erie County specifically. And even for the community members themselves, they not only have no access to public transportation infrastructure, but they also lack personal transportation for themselves, as you can just see already visually. Even for grocery retail access locations, when I did the data and mapping, it shows that, yes, in Lorain City, like I mentioned earlier, there's a lot more access. But ironically, when we get to the rural areas with higher food insecurity rates, the people who need it the most, there's often a lack of access and quantity of grocery stores. But even with the SNAP retailers and those who offer SNAP assistance, the same trend is mirrored as well. So when I saw this issue and dilemma in the rural areas and the lack of access in North Central Ohio, I was already puzzled and concerned, but I didn't even know that this is only a small glimpse into the bigger picture when it comes to our overarching fight for food insecurity. For instance, according to studies from Feeding America and the Census Bureau, food insecurity rates are often higher in rural households compared to urban households. 9 out of 10 counties with the highest food insecurity rates are rural, and even though they make up about 63% of the US counties in the United States of America, about 87% of the counties are the ones with the highest food insecurity rates, showing a disparity. So when I was presented with this dilemma, it was very clear to me that in order to fight for a hunger-free, healthy community as a coalition of networks of partners and organizations, it is integral that we were able to better understand and serve the rural communities. But sometimes it felt like I didn't even know where to start. But in my limited time of 6 months, I think my one major takeaway is that the role of data, but specifically localized, community-centered, considerate, intentional use of data is one of the many tools that are untapped, but can help in this fight to not only understand rural communities, but better serve them as well. In my time with my landscape assessment, for instance, on the left, you can see I was able to gather data on, for instance, not just the amount and locations of the SNAP retailers, but partnering with my organization and others like the Lorain County Public Health Department, I was able to figure out the quality of them, really doing community, local research on understanding the comprehensive nature of these places, how culturally inclusive they are, their accessibility, the nutritional value of the foods they provide. And even though the results were not necessarily the most encouraging, it was also the most informative and helpful for the local organizations and telling a lot about the community. But more than what I could find, I often ran into more barriers and just more mystery and lack of information and capacity from not only my organization, but other organizations as well, because of how new projects like the landscape assessment are. For instance, the census data and huge studies nationally on a federal level will often assimilate and put the elderly into one group of 60 and above. But as me and Second Harvest found out, there are different nuances and lived experiences of older Americans from 50 to 59, 60 to 79 years old, and even 80 and above. Yet this would take a lot of local endeavors and gathering research on a smaller scale to understand the specific community demographic that your organization is serving that won't be found anywhere else and takes a lot of time and effort. And even for just other voices that are often neglected and left out, but often are the ones in need the most. There are different lived experiences between immigrants and migrants, but often there's no distinguishment there. Or even BIPOC individuals all have different lived experiences that are not having a lot of information necessarily. Or even the LGBTQIA plus community, which is not necessarily included in the Census Bureau data or federal studies on big scales. And even the partners that you partner with, knowing their values and their effectiveness and what they're doing, these are things that all require local efforts and organizational internal data efforts that have not been very commonly tapped into yet. So seeing all these limitations and obstacles I was running into actually gave me hope for what this could be in the future, not necessarily discouragement. And that leaves us asking, what's next? First, I think it's important to invest in qualitative data, but emphasizing the community-centered nature of it. We can do and invest in community groups, survey groups, focus groups, but doing it in a way that uplifts them, compensates them, and does it in a way that isn't draining or not life-giving for them. 2, having racial equity and diversity trainings co-opting data projects. Data can be more harmful than good when done wrong. So doing it in a way that is having the framework of racial equity and diversity in mind and giving people the tools to do so is key as well. 3, investing in long-term feedback loops, having constant avenues where community members can be contacting you, giving feedback, not only for your sake, but also for building a relationship with them and for their sake as well. Fourthly, utilizing data collaboration with partners and other networks to disseminate more information and build strength as a coalition. And 5th, incorporating data-based projects like landscape assessments, because they are often not used commonly too often, but they are very helpful in understanding the community better and serving their needs better. So I just encourage you all to contemplate and figure out what it means next for the future of data and the role of our communities. And just overall, the true principle and heart of the message is trying at its basis and foundation, understanding our community better. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Taylor. I'll take a couple questions. Our first one in the chat is from Aisha Latch, who asked, Taylor, was there anything in gathering data that was hard for you to obtain or any barriers that came up in your work? And how did you navigate that?
I think the hardest obstacle overall is that oftentimes the numbers don't always speak quantitatively for different kinds of lived experiences. So that's why I was saying qualitative data is important, actually hearing from people, taking long spans of time to gather intrinsic experiences and actual words from those who represent the community most, not just quantitative surveys. So that's the limitations I ran into with only 6 months.
Gotcha. Another question from Laura Tar. Can you give an example of how data can be harmful if done incorrectly?
So, for example, I was actually able to get a lot of mentorship from other places, whether it's within Second Harvest with my supervisors like Polly or even the Lorain County Public Health Department. And I wanted to include some stories from LGBTQIA plus individuals because there's no census data on it. But then this woman from the County Health Department reminded me that putting 1 or 2 stories here and there doesn't necessarily sum up a lot of people's experience, and that there's so much that it would be better to invest in more time in a huge qualitative survey and focus groups. So I ended up not including it so that I don't misrepresent and put more harm, for instance.
Great. And then a question from Gabe Hoffman. What recommendations do you have for expanding data collection in places where there may not be strong data infrastructure, and what strategies strike you as very effective?
Yeah, so this is hard because there are certain things, such as, for instance, I know as food organizations have different age groups that might not be the most technologically savvy, or they might be smaller, so they don't have those roles. But I think this is where the network comes in of partners, where a lot of food banks are part of coalitions and networks under Feeding America, for instance. And so those who are bigger can back the smaller partners and give them training or provide even webinars on how to better collect data, and then we can all become more coordinated as a network and get more information as a partnership network overall, for instance.
Great job. Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you all for the great questions. And now I'm just going to hand it off to Allison Bunyan, who was at Common Threads in Miami, Florida.
Thank you, Taylor. And hello, everyone. My name is Allison Bunyan, and today I'll be sharing a bit about my Hunger Free Community Report, which is a culmination of my work with Common Threads in Miami, Florida. The title of my report is Progress in Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, a Nonprofit's Journey in Assessment and Reporting. Throughout this presentation, I'll be referring to diversity, equity, and inclusion as DEI. Also, all of the pictures in this presentation were taken by me in Miami, so enjoy. As I mentioned, I worked for Common Threads, which is a national nonprofit that offers cooking and nutrition education to children and families throughout the country. Their programs are in person, virtual, and on demand. And an example of one of their programs is Small Bites, which is an 8-lesson series that teaches students from pre-K all the way through middle school all about nutrition and snack making. Students learn about fruits and veggies, proteins, whole grains, and more. And at the end of every lesson, they make a snack. Learn more about Small Bites and the rest of Common Threads programs on their website. So with Common Threads, my work plan actually focused in 3 different areas. I supported the marketing and communications team with drafting social media posts, blogs, newsletters, and more. And I actually taught the Small Bites course that I mentioned in the previous slide, which was really fun. And I led the writing process for Common Threads' upcoming and inaugural DEI progress report. Out of the 3 work areas that I just mentioned, my Hunger for Community report will mainly focus on work that I produced for Common Threads DEI progress report. So I'll give you a bit of background about that. For the past few years, Common Threads has really taken initiative and invested in DEI projects that will bring positive changes to the communities that they serve. And in 2021, they actually started tracking and measuring the progress of those projects. And right now, they're finishing up their DEI progress report, which is what I was working on during my field placement, and that actually documents that progress. So during my field placement, I had the opportunity to co-draft the outline for Common Threads DEI progress report, and I got to write 3 different sections for the report, in which I tracked the progress for different DEI projects that focus on community outreach, resource development for language translation, and assessing cultural relevance in nutrition education programming. And all of the work I just mentioned, you'll be able to see on my Hunger Free Community report. It'll just be summarized because Common Threads has not yet released its DEI progress report. In my Hunger Free Community report, you will also be able to view my recommendations for Common Threads, which I will share with them soon. And those are meant to inform the development process for their future DEI progress reports. After this inaugural report, they aim to produce a new one every 2 years. So as I finish my presentation, I'll leave you with these 3 recommendations. First, I recommend that Common Threads bring its community stakeholders into the project planning and implementation process, which thus far has been more of an internal effort. I also recommend that Common Threads utilize the SMART framework when drafting objectives for their DEI projects, that they be SMART or specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. Lastly, I recommend that Common Threads identify strategic questions that they can ask and explore as an organization before drafting their next report. And hopefully this will help them pinpoint future priorities for their DEI work. Example questions could be, how can Common Threads make its translated resources more, or how can Common Threads approach its work through a racial equity lens? And before I finish up, I'd just like to let you know that Common Thread's inaugural DI progress report that you've heard so much about from me should be coming out this spring. So keep watch for the final report on their website and check out their social media for updates. And you'll also be able to find my Hunger Free Community Report on the Congressional Hunger Center's website. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you for your time. And are there any questions?
Perfect. We'll go ahead and take some questions. The first one we have is from Molly Pifko, who asked, did you have any favorite moments from the classroom?
From the classroom?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. I think I taught a lesson on healthy hydration where students had a lot of fun kind of ordering drinks from least to most amount of sugar. And it was really fun because I let them choose whatever snack they were making for each lesson, and they really wanted to make smoothies. So they had some fun smoothies in that class.
Oh, cool. And then going to another question from Akeisha Latch. Allison, what impact would you say working with kids had on you and the work that you did, especially focusing on food and being connected through it?
Well, I think when I was working with kids, I definitely tried to have each lesson focus on their experience with food and whatever they wanted to learn about nutrition and snack making. So I think the impact for me was just focusing on them and on the kids themselves and their connections, and not on what, and really focusing my lesson plan on them and not what I maybe thought they wanted to learn.
Gotcha. From Nick Battles, what do you think is the impact of interacting with the younger generation when it comes to the bigger picture of food security?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think that it's like interacting with the younger generation in terms like about food security is really important so that they can start thinking about it at a younger age and just understanding their thoughts about that topic. That's a really good question. That's something I'd like to think more about myself.
And let's see, going into another question from Gabe, what do you think Common Thread's next major goal should be?
Let's see. Well, I think one of my recommendations to Common Threads was that with their next report, they should really bring their community stakeholders into the project planning and implementation stage. So I think that's definitely should be one of their next major goals. And I think it really is, that this was more of an internal report and that they really want to make their DI work more like they want to create it with the communities that they work with.
Gotcha. Perfect. And then another final question that I want to sneak in for you. How do you think the organization should go about meaningfully connecting with those in the community?
One second. Oh, I didn't hear you. Say that one more time, please.
A final question would be, how do you think the organization should go about meaningfully connecting with the surrounding community?
How do I think they should go about connecting with the community?
Mm-hmm.
I think one thing that they can do is really meet with the community or survey them on what they want, like what they think a nutrition education course should be and what they want it to be, and really work with them to make it that.
Great. Thank you so much, Allison.
Thank you. Okay, so next I'll be introducing my co-fellow, Raneem Karbouji, who was placed with Pittsburgh Food Policy Council in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Hello, thank you, Allison. Let me get my slides. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Renee Carbucci, and I was an Emerson Fellow at the Pittsburgh Food Policy Council. And so I will be talking about developing future Pittsburgh food equity ambassadors, the program and review, and some recommendations I have for the ambassador program. So some background on the Pittsburgh Food Equity Ambassador Program is that it was a program that received dozens of applications from people all across Pittsburgh so that they can learn more about the food systems in the area. It prioritized people who identify as people of color and had lived experience with food insecurity and lived in healthy food priority areas, as well as had history of food insecurity and utilization of SNAP and similar resources. They were provided a stipend for attending the sessions, and they were also obligated to do an extracurricular project, and they learned from sessions with policymakers, food system leaders, and local elected officials to increase their knowledge and work alongside and advocate for a more resilient food system to meet the needs of all Pittsburghers. So that is the logo there in the slide, as well as some of the graduated ambassadors in the other photo. It lasted about 5 months. They met bi-weekly, and they had a stipend of $600 at the end. And they also did an extracurricular engagement. There were 2 cohorts. It was a pilot program that was funded, and yeah, they graduated, I think, about over 20 different participants. And so it was my task to evaluate that program, get the feedback, and communicating with my supervisor that we wanted to be more leadership focused and maintain long-term engagement in the end. So that was kind of what I spoke to the ambassadors about. So what are healthy food priority areas? Let me go ahead and define that while we move forward. So there are parts of the city that are prioritized for food action against food insecurity by the recommendation of community groups and food equity advisors to shift the framing of its areas of high food insecurity away from the food desert narrative. I'm sure you were, but if you were listening in Landy's presentation, she kind of mentioned how food desert kind of seems like, oh, it's just a problem that exists, as opposed to like it's intentionally that way. So healthy food priorities areas were gathered with census data in Pittsburgh to show the percentage of households that were struggling with food insecurity. It was measured with percentages by food availability, food access, and food utilization. So food availability was calculated by considering the percentage of households with no vehicles and the area of each census tract considered to be beyond reasonable walking distance from a food market or small fresh food market. Food access was determined by the percentage of households with an income of 185% below poverty line, and the food utilization score is rates of adults with coronary heart disease, obesity, and diabetes, and were considered an equal part to determine food utilization. So I have a graphic on the next slide right here, which you can see the health rates of diabetes, coronary disease, and obesity. Also, the race and gender of the people in those areas, as well as disability and unemployed. So it has a very low percentage of being walkable and a good amount of people with no vehicle. So that is kind of like a general picture of healthy food priority areas and the demographics that it serves. Or I'm sorry, the demographics that are in it. So the Pittsburgh Food Policy Council aims to build a food system that benefits a sustainable, long-term beneficial for the people. They assemble over 100 individual members and organizations to reach community-led solutions and policies to promote a local and resilient food system. So I'm going to touch on the Food Justice Fund because it does lead into the ambassador program. So the Food Justice Fund has a committee of people that get together to see how best to meet the needs of the community members in these healthy food priority areas specifically, but as well as a general benefit to the community to improve their food systems. The second cohort, so the first cohort of ambassadors had built upon making a list of recommendations to city council to improve the systems that they had. And the second cohort kind of built off of that on advocacy for the Food Justice Fund. So they had put together a public hearing to request that there be a $10 million food justice fund for the city. They did a really awesome win of $3 million, which is really amazing. So the plan for the Pittsburgh Food Justice Fund is to increase public investment in a just, equitable, and sustainable food system that supports local communities, economies, and the environment. It does prioritize grassroots efforts to address food apartheid, centering those most impacted. Let's see, next. So the next one is participant and partner evaluation. So part of my task was to meet with former ambassadors to see how we can improve the design of this program, as well as kind of gear it towards being leadership focused, as well as maintaining long-term engagement beyond the 5 months that they participate in this program. The general feedback was that they benefited considerably more than what they had known before. There was an increase in knowledge, as well as they really appreciated the diverse representation of their colleagues. They felt that, it was a pretty diverse in age, in race, in gender, and kind of the different life stories that they got to share between each other and learn from one another. So they all very much praised the diverse representation, as well as really the centering those most impacted by it, right? It's not making decisions for the people, but kind of giving people the platform to speak about the needs that they need to communicate that they want. So it did center those with lived experience of food inequity, including themselves as former ambassadors or as ambassadors, having utilized SNAP in their growing up or experienced food insecurity. And they all did mention that they want to stay involved long-term, which was wonderful because that's the goal. So they learned more about the local available resources. They mentioned that they learned more about like community gardening, different food banks, and different places to get involved locally. Many of them express an interest in urban agriculture in greater Pittsburgh area and want to learn more about it and how they can grow their own food and participate in local community gardens, and express that they learned a lot more than they had known before, which was all great to hear from the ambassadors. So some recommendations for the program. This was generally based off of the feedback that I got from meeting ambassadors, taking the time to discuss with them one-on-one what they liked about the program, what they have suggestions for improvement, and things along that nature. So the first one I have is recommendations about the program. So they did recommend that they would prefer, if they were to maintain a long-term involvement with the Pittsburgh Food Policy Council, to kind of have a sort of like job description of sorts of what they can and can't do. Sometimes they express that, there would be a lot of like conversation between colleagues and not enough kind of actionable items, or they didn't know how they could speak on the behalf of what the program they were participating in. So a job description would be beneficial, or some kind of like expectations communicated of what they would be if they were to maintain long-term involvement, as well as, so these did take place during the pandemic. I believe the first cohort was in 2020. They did all say that they really appreciated their colleagues online, but that they would like to meet in person, as well as financial sustainability and staffing. I did recommend an increase in the budget and some grants listed so that they can maintain and have future cohorts. And I am running out of time, so I will take questions. Thank you.
Great job. We will go into our first question, which is from Emily Ersick. What was the most impactful part of your placement for you?
What was the most impactful part of my placement? I would definitely say seeing the coalition building amongst the Pittsburgh Food Policy Council and the different organizations that they were involved in. I'm from El Paso, and so I was kind of like framing it to like, oh, wow, how could this work in my city? So really seeing the collaboration of organizations get together alongside local elected officials was really awesome.
Great to hear. Our next question will come from Tochi Okiki, asking amazing presentation, Minnie. I'm curious where some former ambassadors have gone on to work after the program and the impact they are having in communities.
Thank you, Tochi, for that question. I did not generally ask that question of the ambassadors, but my understanding is they all went on to continue to attend city council meetings, maintain involvement and volunteer in the community, as well as apply for different programs similar to it so that they can maintain and further interest in urban agriculture and, get involved in the local food systems.
Great. Thank you so much, Renine.
Okay, so I will next introduce Miss Emily Ersick, who is the recruitment and outreach specialist here at the Emerson. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Ersick. I'm the Internship and Recruitment Associate here at the Hunger Center. So our final section for this afternoon is titled Mobile Markets, Community Hubs, and Increasing Awareness of Food Insecurity. So during this section, fellows will highlight the importance of community building and ways to promote sustainable food access solutions. First up for this section, we have Clara Pitt, who was placed with the About Fresh in Boston, Massachusetts.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction, Emily. I'm really excited to be here. It's been so wonderful to hear all of my fellows present. So my name is Clara, and for my field placement, I was working with About Fresh in Boston, Massachusetts. And as you can see, my report is titled Fruitful Facilitation, the Case for Working Groups and Anti-Hunger Nonprofit Organizations. About Fresh is on a mission to strengthen communities by getting fresh food to the households that need it most. So they do so through two main programs, Fresh Connect, which is a tech-enabled produce prescription program, and pictured on the top right of my slide, and Fresh Truck, which is their mobile market program. And for the duration of my placement, I mainly worked with the Fresh Truck team. And so their mobile markets bring affordable, culturally appropriate fresh produce to food insecure neighborhoods around Greater Boston. The hardworking team is on the go 6 days a week, and they hit 22 markets per week. And so the shoppers who come to these markets get to board the buses and select the produce they want, which maintains a level of dignity and agency in the shopping process. Additionally, the majority of their shoppers use federal nutrition benefits to pay for their produce. And in Massachusetts, there's a really cool program called the Healthy Incentives Program, which gives SNAP users in Massachusetts an extra $40, $60, or $80 per month, depending on their family size, their household size, to spend only on fresh vegetables or fruit at a specific HIP retailer. And so Fresh Truck is a HIP retailer. And so, as I said, a majority of their shoppers will use their HIP benefits to pay for the produce on the truck. And so at the time that I joined the Fresh Truck team, they were gearing up to bring more engaged social action work into their existing programming. The team had been in operation for 9 years, and they had spent that time really growing their market reach and perfecting their market operations. But now they were at a point where they could look forward and explore how they could be part of the larger picture of rebuilding the Boston food system. And this focus came to them from research and overall recognition that the lack of access to fresh produce in Boston is a systemic issue. When I joined the team, it was a bit unclear as to how exactly I would support this work. But after facilitating many informal interviews and internal conversations with the team, it became more clear that we would need an internal structure shift to support this work. And so this is where the bulk of my work and report comes into play. And so for my Hunger-Free Community Report, I focused on the internal strategies for operationalizing social action work within the existing Fresh Truck team. And so these strategies included restructuring the team and having scheduling changes, which I'll touch on a bit later, introducing team trainings, and the third, which is the strategy that I really focused on, creating and facilitating a social action working group. Now, many of you are probably familiar with the working group. I bet you've been in one yourself. But for those of you who aren't as familiar, a working group brings together people within an organization who have chosen to collaborate to produce a specific deliverable or work towards a specific goal. And so, over the course of the final 3 months, about 3 months of my placement, I researched best practices for working groups and simultaneously started this social action working group. 3 Fresh Truck employees volunteered to join the group, and these individuals work on the market's operations team. So the bulk of their work surrounds prepping and running the weekly mobile markets. And so doing this kind of programming work and visionary work wasn't part of their job description or time before. And so to support this and additional workload, we shifted their job descriptions and their time breakdown so that they were given time during their paid workday to be part of this group, and they were given time also during their paid workday to do relevant research or work outside of our group meeting time. And so we determined the focus of our group to be on building capacity for prioritizing work that increases purchasing power, elevates shoppers' voices, and centralizes racial equity, which were the 3 touchstones of the Fresh Truck Social Action Strategic Plan for 2023. Within these group meetings, I facilitated conversations and brainstorms around defining these different terms, exploring exactly what the role of our group would be within the larger organization, and understanding the connection between racial equity and anti-hunger work. My report was really created to be a user's manual, if you will, for facilitating a new working group at an organization that has never had such an intentional space for collaborative work before. In my report, I go through working group guidelines, how to determine roles and responsibilities, best practices for creating effective team dynamics and flow, and how to centralize racial equity through anti-racist group norms. And so I just wanted to share a glimpse with you as to what a few of the pages in my report looks like. So here are 2 of the kind of more interactive pages. The one on the left goes through the top 10 steps for the group processes of starting a working group. And then the one on the right dives deeper into a key part of the beginning stages of a working group, which is setting goals and setting really tangible goals. And these types of goals, which I know Allison mentioned earlier, are called SMART goals. Over the course of the 3 months that I was leading this group, we had around 8 meetings, kind of a meeting every other week. And by the end of those meetings, we had a timeline and a strategy for how the group would operate for the rest of the year, including 3 key projects. The first project, which I'm just going to describe really briefly, was about capacity mapping. So this was to understand the ecosystem in which our organization, Fresh Truck, operates, especially understanding what other organizations, what other nonprofits are doing similar social action work in the food justice sphere. This project was also focused on getting the group on the same page as to what food insecurity looks like in Boston as compared to other cities. Specifically, we found really interesting mapping tools that kind of looked at different indicators of food security in the greater Boston area. And with those, we were also able to analyze the accessibility of our existing mobile markets and of other HIP retailers. The next project that the team is going to work on now is really focused on increasing purchasing power. And so we're going to do so through spreading information about HIP to people who may not know what it is or that they're eligible for it. And we specifically are going to focus this project on engaging college students, especially community college students who in Massachusetts are all eligible for SNAP. And at the time that I was leaving Fresh Truck, I had to pass the baton of facilitating the group onto another member. And I know that the group is ready to continue pushing forward the work that we had worked hard to set the foundation for during my time. I really hope that my report will be a guide for this group moving forward and for any other nonprofit that is looking to start a goal-oriented working group. So thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy now to answer any other questions that people may have.
Yeah, thank you so much, Clara. So we have a couple questions. First question I'm seeing is, what was your favorite part of being placed in Boston at About Fresh?
Sure. So I think Gabe kind of answered this similarly before, but Massachusetts and Boston has so many and great innovations and initiatives around food justice. And so it was really exciting to be in a city where there were so many people who thought the same way and who were interested in working on the same issues and had done so many things in the past to push them forward. Massachusetts is very much so a leader among the states as to what good food justice and what good anti-hunger work can look like. So that was definitely a really exciting part of being in Boston.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. One other question we have is, how did your time at About Fresh build or change your facilitation approach?
That's a good question. Well, I definitely got a lot more experience facilitating conversations that I really had before. And I think one thing that I really learned about and like got a lot of practice with was how to keep a group on track on the topic that we wanted to discuss or work on. And so learning how to like bring people into the conversations or kind of bring people back to kind of like the path that we needed to move forward down was something that kind of like I really built on during my time at About Fresh.
Gotcha. Awesome. Yeah, I think that we have one final question. How did you navigate the difference in working with administrative staff versus operational staff for the working groups? And then what got the operations teams interested?
Sure. So I worked closely with both the administrative staff and the operations staff during the time of running this group. And so I would have like almost weekly meetings with the administrative staff to kind of keep them up to date as to what we were working on in the group and what we were thinking about in terms of our projects moving forward. And we also made sure that they were like in the loop about everything. And so we were very transparent about the process, and we had a few of them sit in on several of the meetings like throughout the time. And I think what got the operations team really interested in it is that they wanted to be more engaged in the programming work that the team does. And so the way that their jobs are structured is that it's a very like physically demanding job. And so they're working, lifting boxes onto the bus, bringing the produce onto the bus, and then going out to the neighborhoods every day. But they don't get to do a lot of like more higher level thinking, like more intellectual thinking type of work. And a lot of them were kind of missing that. And so I think they were excited to have this opportunity to do some more like visionary work as opposed to the more like physical work that they usually do. Thank you so much, Emily, for those questions.
Yeah, thanks for answering.
Okay, thank you again for listening. I now have the pleasure to introduce my colleague, Rajamit Singh, who is placed at the UCI Basic Needs Center in Irvine, California.
Thank you, Clara. My name is Rajatmeet Singh, and today I'll be addressing student hunger and developing sustainable solutions. I'd like to thank both the UCI Basic Needs Center and the Congressional Hunger Center for their invaluable impact to my personal development and growth. Why is food insecurity a concern among college students? A staggering 1 in 3 college students face food insecurity. This is true for students from low-income backgrounds, first-generation students, and students identifying as African American compared to the overall student population. And it's hard to do well in the classroom with an inadequate supply of food and energy, especially when you're worried about when or where you'll get your next meal. Undergraduate students who reported that their basic needs were not being met had lower GPAs on average compared to those who did not have the same struggles. This is likely due to the negative impact that food insecurity has on both mental and physical well-being, which ultimately affects academic outcomes. The UCI Basic Needs Center is at the forefront in the fight against food insecurity on campus at the University of California, Irvine. They recognize that access to nutritious food is a fundamental component of a basic needs secure community. The center has implemented a variety of programs and initiatives, some of which are shown here, designed to support students experiencing food insecurity, from providing assistance with the CalFresh application process to operating the fresh pantry that provides fresh, nutritious food to all students. These initiatives are designed to reach all students and address their diverse needs. This presentation will highlight the ways in which the CalFresh Application Assistance Program has helped to support students and create a hunger-free community. Starting with some community input and lived experience, I'd like to highlight an insightful observation made by Cherry, who is a CalFresh advocate at the UCI Basic Needs Center. who shared that one of the main barriers that students face when applying for CalFresh is getting in contact with the county, as many students have busy schedules and are not always available for the required phone interview for the initial application or recertification. This, unfortunately, is a common issue raised by many university students, and it is unfortunate that it can lead to students either becoming delayed in receiving their benefits or completely losing their benefits to purchase groceries and maintain adequate nutritional levels. The sad truth is that sometimes the biggest barrier to accessing basic needs benefits is the very system that is supposed to provide them. Whether it's a lack of staffing or an inability to keep up with demand, the reality is that many individuals, like students and families, are left struggling to make ends meet. This can make it challenging to ensure that everyone has access to the support they need to thrive. This issue is multiplied by the student eligibility requirement, which places additional limitations on eligible students and preventing many of them from putting food on the table. I've heard from students express confusion and frustration over the difficulty meeting the exemptions from the student eligibility requirements and the documentation required to prove their student eligibility. According to a report by the California Policy Lab, students often find it challenging to meet the exemption of working an average of 20 hours per week, as full time study and extracurricular activities already require a significant amount of their time. This requirement can leave these students struggling to make ends meet and access the basic resources they need to succeed in their academic and personal lives. And within the implementation of CalFresh, stigma and fear prevent many more students from participating in CalFresh, such as a reluctance to disclose required household information, particularly for households with mixed citizenship or immigration statuses, due to fear that enrolling may affect non citizen family or friends, or as well as worrying that participating in CalFresh may become public knowledge and negatively affect future career prospects. Addressing these disparities helps to ensure that the program is equitable and provides equal opportunities for all students to access the resources they need to meet their basic needs. Although the CalFresh Application Assistance Program continues to increase awareness and accessibility, there's currently a limitation in gathering critical demographic data on program participants and regularly analyzing the data to identify and address any disparities, such as stigma and fear and systemic barriers. Here are a few examples of how the CalFresh Application Assistance Program may gather critical demographic data. One of them is through surveys, incorporating volunteer questions about participant demographics into program feedback surveys, such as age, race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and first generation status. Another may be program enrollment forms, adding volunteer demographic questions to program enrollment forms to gather information about participants. Once the data is gathered and analyzed, it can be used to inform program improvements that specifically target complex eligibility requirements and implementing changes to decrease the stigma and fear. This not only helps to effectively address the issues of food insecurity, but it also helps to promote equity and improve the overall student well-being. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not seeing any questions in the comments right now, but I do have a question for you. What was the most impactful part of your field placement?
Thank you. I really want to give a real big shout out to my supervisor, Sandra, who was the first leader I've ever seen who really led with compassion. And, you know, a lot of this work is draining mentally and physically. And in order to continue to do that work, I think it really takes a very compassionate person. So I just want to give a shout out to her for showing me that and teaching me that.
Awesome. I'm seeing a question from Gabe. So great work. I know you addressed some of this in your barriers to access section, but what policy provisions to SNAP would you include change to better accommodate students' needs?
Thank you, Gabe. Honestly, I would, if if I had a magic wand, I would just get rid of the student eligibility requirement completely. I think it's totally unfair to have that requirement compared to you know, non-traditional applicants who are not students. And so that's what I would get rid of. And I think that would open more students an opportunity to access now.
And I'm seeing another question from Molly. Are there learnings from your field placement about college student hunger that you want to apply in your policy placement?
Yes, thank you, Molly. Definitely, when I was going through college, I had no idea that college student hunger was a reality. And so working in this, at my field placement with the UCI Basic Needs Center, I see that there's such a big need for support, for resources, for resolving this food insecurity issue at the college level. And so what I really hope to do is to bring these real life stories to people who can make a difference at the policy level. And so that's what I hope to do in my policy placement.
Awesome. I think that's all the time we have for questions, so I'll let you go ahead and introduce the next presenter.
Thank you. I'm happy to introduce Jasmine, our next fellow, who is placed at the Second Harvest Food Bank of North Central Ohio in Lorain, Ohio.
Thank you for that introduction. Again, my name is Jocelyn Brooks, and my Hunger Free Community Report examines community hub models as a pathway to build resilient communities. Erie County is one of the 4 counties Second Harvest Food Bank serves. Of the 4 county regions Second Harvest serves, Sandusky, Ohio is the city with the 3rd highest poverty rate at 21.3%. Of that percentage, 25.4% are African Americans and 35.5% are Latino. The opportunity for this project was born from community efforts to address the Crimes Cardinal grocery store closure in December 2017, which created an even bigger void for downtown Sandusky residents to access fresh, healthy foods. Recognizing the loss of the grocery store and its direct on food security in the region, conversations began to take place about placing a grocery store in the area, but then shifted to developing a community hub as an opportunity to build more resilient and proactive service models. As part of its mission to help families achieve long-term stability, Second Harvest has embarked on a process to determine how best to bring a community hub to the region. So Second Harvest has conducted localized outreach through stakeholder and community member interviews and surveys to determine the viability of a hub, and the results of which are published in a separate report. My project as the National Bill Emerson Hunger Fellow was to research hub model best practices and develop a community engagement plan to inform the project's next steps. As part of this process, I conducted background research and spoke with several representatives from hubs across the nation. So what is the hub and why are social service organizations interested in this model? A community hub, by its simplest definition, is a welcoming and inclusive place for people to find connections, pursue common interests, and access support when needed. Imagine if there was one central location you could go to access support and you didn't have to re-explain your circumstance at every turn. What if partner organizations had an integrated referral system that made it possible to connect guests with all the services they need? What if there was a space for you to receive help that was safe, welcoming, trauma-informed? The core of the hub model is guest experience and can be helpful in addressing some of the stigma and administrative barriers that keep folks from accessing support. It also offers organizations a chance to move from recognition of how the challenges individuals face are interconnected and working together to provide comprehensive services. So hubs manifest in many types and modalities. The following table illustrates the various types. In my Hunger Free Community Report, which is now available on the Congressional Hunger Center website, I go into more detail on the various hub models and their various offerings. So this sounds like a great collaborative opportunity, but how specifically does the hub model relate to systems change work? Organizations participating in a hub are also being presented with an opportunity for a social impact framework shift. The hub model is uniquely positioned to improve access and achieve better outcomes for people through its ability to coordinate efforts among organizations, establish synergy among social ecosystems, foster long-term stability for individuals, and allows groups to establish collective ownership by building with the community. Specifically, when done with utilizing a racial equity lens and incorporating the voices of people with lived experience, It can be an effective tool in beginning to dismantle patterns of racism and injustice and social service provision. This is important because meaningful, sustained change is tied to systemic solutions that address root causes. So a major element of my project was examining how other groups have moved from recognizing issue linkages to affecting system change. I spoke to several hub models during my research, but I highlight 3 in my Hunger-Free Community Report that emphasize collaborative community efforts and operationalize those principles. These examples were helpful in beginning to identify best practices and learnings as Second Harvest continues on their own process of developing a community hub. The Corvallis Daytime Drop-In Center in Corvallis, Oregon is a low-barrier daytime resource and navigation hub that has served individuals experiencing homelessness and poverty for 20 years. The Art Park Hub in Denver, Colorado is a creative hub dedicated to creative expression for all, with a focus on access, education, collaboration, culture, community, and nature. The Ujima Hub is located in Chicago, Illinois, and is developing a hub focused on building community resilience. You can learn more about these organizations and their stories in my Hunger-Free Community Report. So the core purpose of my project for Second Harvest was identifying why these hubs have been successful. But these takeaways are important for any group seeking to use this sort of model. Number 1, there is no conclusive formula for the creation of a community hub. Hubs materialize as a response to local conditions and therefore will look different for each community. 2, the importance of synergy and collaboration among partners is found across all successful hubs. Establishing synergy between partners distinguishes a community hub from co-location because hubs require an added level of alignment in how partner orgs think, operate, and convene. Guest experience is at the forefront of the community hub model. Hubs are spaces designed for the community, by the community, and should aim to create a safe and welcoming environment for all by centering racial equity, inclusivity, accessibility, and utilizing a trauma-informed approach. Successful hubs provide holistic service offerings. It can be helpful to think of a hub's programming in terms of core and complementary services. Core services are the foundation of the hub's purpose. It offers visitors support and skill-building opportunities as they navigate life's many challenges. Complementary services are the amenities and businesses that supplement core services. So these are things like coffee shops, libraries, spaces for community and people to have connection. Lastly, hubs present an opportunity for authentic community engagement. They can do this by developing mechanisms to meaningfully engage community members, centering those with lived experiences. This ensures that the services and resources are rooted in the goals, visions, and needs of community members. That concludes my presentation. I'll now open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. So we have a question from Nick saying, did you have any learning or takeaways about food bank roles in the anti-hunger, anti-poverty space?
This is a really good question, Nick. I appreciate it. I think prior to my placement, I had a very limited understanding of food banks. I had attended some before, like on a volunteer basis, doing packing, but being able to actually see the day-to-day and what it takes to run that sort of operation, from the logistics to what goes into engaging in direct service and doing all of these mobile distributions, that was really impactful and really just opened my eyes to everything that encompasses. And they truly are on the front lines of anti-hunger work. But it was also interesting to see how they were impacted by the socio-political landscape when things like inflation and supply chain issues were resulting in empty shelves and seeing a lack of things like meat and milk on the shelves, and how that translates into how guests are being able to access these resources whenever they come to the distributions. We know that in times of economic downturn, low-income Black, Indigenous people of color are impacted the hardest. So food and other essentials such as gas, rent, those are the things that are going to be most impactful and the first to go when budgeting. So even as we were leaving the food bank, they were anticipating an increase in demand as more people were going to be showing up to distributions as the end of the pandemic benefits was coming. So it was just really interesting, and I really appreciate the food bank staff for opening up and really being open and sharing, how all these things were impacting them in their day-to-day work.
That's a great answer. We have another question here from Gabe saying, how did working on this operationalized practice inform your perspective on the effectiveness of policy?
Gabe always has the best questions. I think it really kind of made system change tangible. And I think specifically as it relates to partner organizations coming together and trying to work together to see beyond those silos and begin to identify areas where it's possible to achieve greater impact and being more focused on outcomes as opposed to outputs. Setting people up for success by using proactive models and being able to provide services that can be tied to immediate outcomes, connecting people with job postings, connecting them with income supports, connecting them with food and family resources, how those things will then translate into more resilient communities. So then you are working yourself out of a job, which should be the end result and the main goal of working in these organizations.
Gotcha. We have one final question from Polly. How do you see your hub model learnings impacting your policy placement?
I think that first and foremost, it has shown me how policy and practice can work in synergy and can be used together in order to affect change, and how all those different levers, all those different systems and those facets really culminate together to be able to be the most impactful.
Very nice. I will let you close this out. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for listening to today's presentations. Now I would like to introduce one of our closing speakers. She is not only the daughter of our late namesake, Bill Emerson, but also the Chief of Staff of the World Food Program USA and a Hunger Center board member. Please welcome Kat Emerson.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Catherine Emerson. I am the secretary of the board for the Congressional Hunger Center, and my father, Bill Emerson, is the namesake for the Emerson National Hunger Fellowship. First, I'd like to thank Representative Jim McGovern for providing remarks earlier today and for being an exemplary leader in the fight against hunger. Second, I'd like to thank the tremendous young leaders in the program who are proving that hunger and poverty are solvable through the work they shared with us throughout the day. In recent years, many of our fellows have been placed with food policy councils, universities engaged in community-based work, and advocacy groups with a long-term vision of ending hunger and its root causes. This year, as we prepare to celebrate the 30th anniversary of our founding, I continue to be inspired by the work these emerging young leaders have engaged in throughout the United States. We've come a long way since 1993, with more than 500 Emerson alums having graduated from the program, and I'm so excited to see the impact this current class of fellows will bring to the fight to end hunger and poverty. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome the director of the Emerson National Hunger Fellowship, Tony Jackson, who will close out the event. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kat. Hello, my name is Tony Jackson, and I'm the director of the Bill Emerson National Hunger Fellowship Program. Thank you so much for joining us for today's State of Hunger 2023 presentations. 29th class fellows, each one of you did an amazing job today. Thank you so much for all the hard work you have put in during your time in the fellowship. It's been a sincere joy to witness your growth as Emerson Fellows. I also want to thank you for being very intentional in embedding your work in racial equity principles and ensuring that people with lived expertise are given a seat at the table. As your presentations make clear, we will not effectively be able to eradicate hunger and poverty without addressing their root causes or actively and meaningfully lifting up the voices of those with lived expertise. I'd like to take a moment to thank the following individuals for everything they do to make sure the program runs smoothly and that the fellows have a rewarding experience, both professionally and personally. Emily Umanya, Emma Williamson, Arthurine Walker, and Marlisa Gamblin. Thanks to the Hunger Center's Communications Guru, Zach Bly, for all of his work with making today a success. And an extra special thank you to 28th class Emerson alum and current program associate, Paige Clay. It's such a pleasure to run this program with you, Paige. You're amazing. You make coming to work every day so much fun. Today's presentations mark the halfway point for members of the 29th class of Emerson Fellows. Next week, they will begin working with organizations that focus on anti-hunger, anti-poverty policy at the national level. Through the program's unique two-placement structure, each class of Emerson Fellows gains experience that helps them to identify and find solutions to the gaps between local and national policy aimed at addressing hunger and poverty. I'd like to thank Representative Jim McGovern for his remarks earlier and for his tireless commitment to ending hunger and poverty. To our field placement supervisors, thank you for mentoring this class of fellows and creating a learning environment where they could thrive and learn and meaningfully contribute to your organizations. And if watching these presentations has given you an idea for how an Emerson Fellow can contribute to your organizations, I will note that we will begin accepting applications for the 30th class of Emerson Fellows this spring. To our sponsors that support our work, our fellows work directly, and the Hunger Center as a whole, we thank you for your commitment to helping us end hunger by 2030. I would like to thank the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Kroger Foundation, PepsiCo, and CNS Wholesale Grocers, whose support makes the work of the 29th class of Emerson Fellows possible. To the Hunger Fellow alums in attendance today, thank you for your continued support of the Fellows and the Hunger Center. And to everyone in attendance, thank you very much for tuning in. Hope everyone has a great day and take care.